5 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Good news, drivers, no lane closures over the coming Labor Day holiday weekend, but TDOT says you still need to slow down where workers are possible. Also, Nashville International Airport's going to be busy. They're preparing for a surge of more than 300,000 travelers passing through TSA checkpoints. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Idalia is now a Cat 1 hurricane expected to make landfall on the Florida Gulf Coast by late tonight or early tomorrow morning. Emergency management telling people to get ready.
If you need power to survive, you need to evacuate.
Governor DeSantis already activating the National Guard. The Biden administration says federal assistance has been approved. Right now in Nashville, more bills have advanced in the special session on public safety called by Governor Lee after the coveted school shooting. Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson addressed the disparity in the number of bills passed between the two chambers, 18 in the House, 4 in the Senate.
I hope that the House will realize that we're serious about having conversations about their legislation between now and January. There's some really good bills that the House has brought forward. We just don't think there is time during a special session, which lasts a few days, to properly vet those bills.
Protesters got loud. Democrats walked out of the House chamber after one of its members, Nashville State Rep Justin Jones, was silenced for not following the rules, speaking on something that wasn't about the current bill.
Troopers, please clear the balcony.
That their attempt to silence me was not about me, but it was about the people of my district. And if they can silence one member, they can silence all of us.
And on another matter, a judge ruled against the House Republican rule against protesters holding signs during the special session. Well, if you're not paying for an Amazon Prime membership, you'll have to spend more to get free shipping. The company's testing raising the minimum spend from $25 to $35 in order to qualify for no-cost delivery. The change does not affect customers who are already paying for Prime membership, which can run you $14.99 a month or $139 a year. Amazon's been cutting costs across its business. This year, it scrapped free grocery delivery for Prime members on orders under $150. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Derek Dennis.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street. The S&P 500 and the Dow each added 0.6% Monday. The NASDAQ Composite climbed 0.8%. Markets are looking forward to earnings updates from Best Buy and Costco this week and Friday's monthly jobs report. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo met with her Chinese counterpart in Beijing. Raimondo says they agreed to continue discussing commercial issues between the two powers. Raimondo is the latest Biden administration official to travel to China in hopes of thawing relations with Beijing. The federal government is fining American Airlines $4.1 million for dozens of times it kept passengers on planes during long ground delays. The Department of Transportation said it is the steepest fine against an airline for violating a decade-old ground delay rule. NASA says it is exploring a return to supersonic commercial flight. The agency says it's conducting early research on a supersonic passenger aircraft flying from New York to London in 90 minutes.
All right, futures are up before the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures 35, S&P futures 3, NASDAQ futures 11. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Tuesday, August 29th. Hope you are doing well. The just top of the fold headline from the Daily Mail. National Archives reveals it has 5,400 Biden emails in which the president potentially used fake names to forward government information and discuss business with son Hunter Biden. Of course, CNN, they are leading, as they do every single morning, with Donald Trump. I love this. Artificial intelligence. I know Ken's back there as well, Johnny and Ken.
Yeah, brother
I want to
Dan
play
Mandis.
something for you.
Okay.
Now, I believe this is far better than that Trump rap song that Chris Hand graced us with yesterday.
We hope so.
Yes, please.
If you folks missed yesterday's 8:35,
That was ear rape, Dan. That's what that was.
if you missed yesterday's Gang of Four Amigos, and Chris brought to the table this artificial intelligence rap of Donald Trump, it was bad. However, I believe that this is actually really good. This is artificial intelligence. This is Joe Biden, and he is singing his version of Rich Man North of Richmond.
I've been selling influence for personal gain, overseas trips, on a government plane, been taking bribes from China and Ukraine, and then I launder the cash while my son does cocaine. It's the Biden way to make lots of dough. And to the FBI, they don't want to know. I can always depend on my powerful friends, because I'm a rich man north of Richmond.
And that's it. 34 seconds long, but I believe that is comedy gold. Yes. I don't know, Ken, would you call that comedy plastic or would you call that comedy gold? I believe that's comedy gold.
I like the line about why my son does cocaine.
Yes, that was very good.
They didn't.
What's happening now? Is everybody coming up with songs now ever since Jason Aldean came up with his song?
Yeah.
Now everybody's coming up with a song.
Yeah, everybody's got a song now.
They needed to somehow, though, they should have invested in like another 10 seconds and worked in hookers.
Yes.
Because they had the cocaine. We know that, Hunter was into cocaine. How do you bring in a line about Hunter's hookers?
No pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended on bringing in the line.
Oh, I get it. See, I was a poet. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
It might take Dan a couple of seconds, but he gets it.
Well, maybe they ran out of time, Brother Dan.
Yeah, they could have.
Maybe they did.
And maybe they were too high priced for those rich men north of Richmond.
What rhymes with the word hookers that they could have put into that song?
They may not have been lookers, but, man, they were great hookers.
There you go. All right, I got to move on.
Very well.
It's never going to end, man.
No.
I can't wait till the next song comes out. So let's see. We've got Jason Aldean, which is a great song.
Yes.
It's country.
Yep.
We got this rich men north of Richmond fella.
Yep.
Now we got this rapper.
Now we got John Rich, too. John Rich has got a
John Rich has a song, too.
Yeah.
So we need a death metal song. We need metal. And then we need an orchestra to come up with something.
Sure. We need all that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And maybe they'll get rich, too.
And even a blues singer. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that as well. The artificial intelligence, though, because that does sound like Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds just like him, man.
It sounds like him, I tell you.
Actually, that sounds far more coherent than anything Joe Biden has said lately.
Well, it sounds like Joe Biden about 20 years ago.
I was going to say, see, that's how I knew that it was not Joe Biden, because that actually sounds coherent.
Yes.
There you go.
It made sense.
How do you know it's not Joe Biden? Because it makes sense. Thank you. 5:11 on Nashville's Morning News.
Very well done. I love your show.
On Super Talk 99.7.
Every time I come through Chattanooga, I always listen.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. Anyway, so the big story of the day, and again, this is yet another, every day we always joke about the drip, drip, drip of all this news. It's like a daily drip about America's presidential drip, Joe Biden, thank you. The headline, National Archives, again, reveals it as 5,400 Biden emails in which the president potentially used fake names to forward government information and discuss business with his son, Hunter. I had no idea that it was 5,400. I mean, so at first, when the story of the emails first came out, I think, if I remember right, the number was never really revealed, but I remember one version of the story saying that, there were at least a dozen. 5,400. And remember, part of this story, as I mentioned to you yesterday, part of this story is that some of those emails had to do with Burisma and corruption in Ukraine, and that now infamous speech that Vice President then, Joe Biden gave the Ukrainian parliament about the corruption in Ukraine and the firing of Viktor Shokin. See, all of this, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, but you've got to put all of this together, because all of this together clearly shows that Joe Biden, in my opinion, is guilty of bribery, among many other things. Obviously, influence peddling as well. So this is going to be a big story. I think Brian is the first that had this yesterday, as it broke yesterday afternoon. Jonathan Turley. This is a guy who has a lot to say about a lot of different things, including very much the Biden corruption. And when we open up the show and we talk about, the daily drip about our presidential drip, Joe Biden, every day it's something that is more damning and more damning and more damning. The National Archives and the Records Administration has now admitted, this is from the Associated Press and the New York Post, I combined the two stories, that they are now in possession of those 5,400 emails, electronic records and documents that potentially show President Biden using those pseudonyms during his vice presidency. And by the way, the Southeastern Legal Foundation on Monday filed suit against the National Archives Association for the release of the records, which the group claims may show that Biden forwarded government information and discussed government business with his son, Hunter Biden, among others. But here's another part of the story that hopefully more people will cover. The group accuses NARA, the archives agency, of having dragged its feet since June of 2022, when the original FOIA request was made. And now they're saying not a single email has been produced since the government agency acknowledged their existence just days after the request. You know what my prediction is? My prediction is that Joe Biden will be dead by the time all of this information finally comes to light. Now, I'm not wishing for a presidential death. I'm not wishing any harm on Joe Biden, although he has certainly harmed me and he's certainly harmed America. But I just believe that with how slowly this is going, Biden's going to be long dead and his brain is going to be even more decayed than it already is by the time all of this stuff finally ultimately comes to light. And then what? 5:15, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Mostly cloudy, a slight chance of rain, a high of 84. It really is stunning. Like, I don't even know what to make of CNN anymore because, they're every day it's Donald Trump. Every day it's Donald Trump. They don't cover any of this stuff.
They're hoping for ratings, Brother Dan.
Do you think more people are interested in Joe Biden, the current president's corruption, than all of this stuff with Donald Trump? Or do you think that maybe some people believe that, they both carry the same weight of importance?
I think there are people that believe that they do carry the same weight, but I think more people are entertained by Trump. And people don't want to think, they just want to be entertained.
I guess, but I don't know what's entertaining about, CNN as they continue to cover the same story ad nauseum.
Well, you're a thinker, Brother Dan.
Yeah, well, I try. Yet, it's a little hard at 5 o'clock in the morning, yet they don't cover anything related to Joe Biden. See, that's the thing. And you're right. Most of the people, in my opinion, they don't necessarily, if they want, I hate to say this, but if they're watching CNN for their news, they're not necessarily deep thinkers. Johnny, I see you shaking your head in there. You agree or disagree?
No, I totally agree. I hate to say it, but I just think a lot of people that are ultra liberal aren't deep. They think they are.
Oh, they think they're the smartest people in the room.
Oh, they really do. They think they're smarter than you, but really they're not. They don't have any common sense. They're thinking with their heart. They're not thinking with their brain.
Well, a lot of people that I know who are liberals, and I'm not going to say all liberals, but a lot of the people that I know who are just that classic progressive, those uber liberals, they're all emotion.
Yes.
They're all emotion, and they don't necessarily like to, talk about fact, especially when the facts point to corruption of Joe Biden. Jonathan Turley, he's talking about this. He was on Fox News yesterday, and he said that, there's so much here related to Joe Biden and related to all of these accusations of bribery and, corruption, influence peddling. I mean, the headline of the 5,400 emails where Biden is using, a fake email address and these pseudonyms so that he can connect with Hunter Biden and they can talk about all things, regarding the Biden brand. And Jonathan Turley says, yeah, this looks good. Not only does this not look good for Joe Biden, this doesn't look good for the media either.
There is a lot, but there's this disconnect. The more evidence we get, the louder the call is from the Democrats to stop any further investigation. Well, it really doesn't make much sense. I mean, we now have a very troubling picture that is composed of financial records with over $20 million that is being transferred through a myriad of accounts that seem overly complex. It seems like the only purpose of those accounts is to hide those transfers. You have what I think now is accepted as sort of open influence peddling by Hunter Biden. That narrative has shifted. Now you have media admitting that he was selling influence and access, but they insist it's an illusion. Well, how do we know that? I mean, you don't know if it's an illusion or not until we get to the bottom of this. And this meeting is just the latest such example. We need to know more about the meeting, but that information is not forthcoming. And that is why Merrick Garland and others are making the case for an impeachment inquiry. They're leaving Congress very little choice.
Right, and that just dovetails into the story yesterday from Kevin McCarthy. He has been talking, quite a bit, of course, as you all know, about an impeachment inquiry. By the way, I may be overthinking this. Johnny, Ken, am I overthinking this? Super Texter 615-737-9986. Am I overthinking the email pseudonyms? The emails are Robin Ware. Well, I think that Biden's a crook. Robin. He's robbing people blind.
Hey, it's Robin Banks. That's his. That's his.
J.R.B. Ware, Junior B. Ware. Talking about Hunter, Junior.
That's right.
Hunter B. Ware, J.R.B. Ware, Junior B. Ware. Am I overthinking?
No.
Now listen, you could tell me if I'm overthinking. It's not often that I actually am accused of overthinking.
No, I mean, I think it's very, very likely that that's the names he came up with.
We're going to rob people, so we're going to use Robin as our pseudonym email.
And that's what's funny about the left
thing.
They keep talking about Trump being this rich con man.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell is Joe Biden?
Oh, my God. The Joker smile and everything. It all just fits, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, gotta
and
go.
how did he get 3 homes?
That's why this House Oversight Committee needs to get something.
Yes.
Well, they've got a crap ton.
They do, but what are they doing with it? Nothing.
Exactly.
They're just going on
That's
TV
what's
and not
angry.
saying, well, we got some more stuff.
Yeah, we got stuff right here.
I tell you what,
We're going to impeach.
we're going to get them.
You guys making fun of the Southern accent? Because every time I do that, I get nasty grams from people on the super text line where people say that I'm making fun of Southern accent, and that reminds them that I'm from California.
Well, no, I'm not making fun of a Southern accent. I mean, it's just, every night.
James Comer. It's James Comer. Every night.
It's
He's
just,
on
we're going to get
Hannity
him. We're going to get him.
Yeah, we're going to get him.
How many times have we heard this?
Oh, well, many. You'll notice I don't actually really play that audio anymore. It's like I didn't even play the Kevin McCarthy audio from Maria Bartiromo from Sunday where he went into all of it because it's the same crap.
Well, at least he was talking softly.
He was. He sounded like artificial intelligence.
He wasn't all animated.
Kevin McCarthy did.
He wasn't using a Southern accent.
And by the way, I love Southern accents.
I do too.
Yeah, my favorite's Louisiana.
Oh, yeah.
Is
The
it?
Louisiana accent, man. You can't beat that accent.
I like Alabama.
When things get frisky in the Mandis house, I ask Amy to speak in a Southern accent.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, honey, can you? She's like, no, you're being creepy. Don't make it weird.
Can you say y'all? Come on, bud.
I mean, I
Hey,
know
honey,
what
throw down a y'all, would you?
Oh, sorry. I know what the House Oversight Committee is doing. They are investigating.
Yeah.
And this is part of it. Is find, you've got to find all of this to create this trail. It's just getting to a point.
I just don't know. Yeah, it's like, what else do you? I keep saying this. What else do you people need?
They've got to get something that a judge will say, okay, yes.
By the way, look at 7987. I just checked in. Look at Joe's middle name. I think Joe's middle name is Robin, is it not?
It's Robinette.
Robinette.
Yeah, that's what the Robin is. That's for his middle name.
I still like Robin, as in gonna rob you blind. I'm gonna go with that. Thank you. I really got to go.
That's the way to go, Brother Dan Mandis.
Stick to it, Mandis, no matter how wrong you may be. 524 on WTN.
One of the big words being thrown around in the investing world right now is this one. You may have heard it. Fiduciary. The idea that the investment advisor has to keep your interest first when they give advice. Now, it's being used in a marketing sense right now, and one of the things that I found fascinating, there was a study by the University of Southern California and Indiana University. They looked at investment advisor portfolios and they found that they were making basic academic mistakes in the management of their own portfolios. And the question that they asked was, if they can't even keep their own best interest first, how are they going to keep your best interest first? That was the question. Now, one of the things that we do at Paul Winkler Inc. is every one of our offices, 10 offices, is run by a degreed planner, number one. But we go way beyond the call of duty when it comes to fiduciary and making sure that we're using academically sound principles in investing. Evidence-based. In other words, a lot of this is backed by Nobel Prize winning research. To learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
Hey, coming up during the Gang of Three Amigos, Eminem has something to say about Vivek Ramaswamy rapping his music. Stay close. It's 529 on WTN. Friends, if you love shooting and training, you've got to check out the Glock store in Nashville. It is where I buy all of my guns and my parts and my accessories. They've got a massive selection of everything related to your support of the Second Amendment, including training. Now, this is where I go every week. The Glock store in Nashville and their incredible Shoot 270 indoor ranges. These aren't just any ranges. These are gigantic rooms where you can simulate real-life situations so that you can be ready for those real-life situations. Check them out at shoot270.com. You can also see videos and pictures of these ranges and book a session. Again, shoot270.com. Tell the Glock store when you call them that Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-682-6565. The Glock store in 1930 Air Lane Drive, just minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
.5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Good news if you're going to be driving this Labor Day holiday. TDOT says no lane closures the entire weekend starting on Friday, but you still need to slow down where workers are present. And if you're flying, it's going to be busy at BNA with an estimated 300,000 travelers expected to go through TSA checkpoints. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Idalia is now a Cat 1 hurricane, still headed for the Florida Gulf Coast. Tampa resident Grace Cruz among millions, heeding the urgent warnings to prepare.
Putting away all my patio furniture, bringing in anything out there that's loose and can fly away.
Emergency management warning people who need electricity for health reasons to evacuate now because there will be outages. Right now in Tennessee, more bills have been passed in the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shootings. Protests broke out after Nashville State Rep Justin Jones was silenced for the day for continuing to break rules of decorum.
It passes.
Despite all of that, the House passed 10 more bills. The Senate didn't pass any. Nashville Mayor John Cooper signing some bills yesterday with the current Metro Council session over. One will fully implement license plate reader cameras across the city.
This is leading to arrests and solving hot crime, particularly hot gun crime. And so I know that police are grateful to have an additional tool that most or all other cities have. And it's just something that you have to do if we're going to keep up with the challenges of having more guns and gun crime in Nashville.
Metro Council's next term starts in October with several new council members and a new mayor, either Freddie O'Connell or Alice Rowley. Early voting lasts through September 9th in the mayoral runoff, with the actual runoff election day set for September 14th. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
5:32 on Nashville's Morning News. It has been a rainy August. Listen, if you check your crawl space or basement and there's moisture down there, you've got to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. They're the absolute experts in waterproofing issues. So you need to call them today if you see some moisture down in your basement. It could be a little problem about to get bigger, or it could be nothing at all. It could be something serious. The bottom line is you've got to call the experts in waterproofing USS. Now, you know these folks are honest. They've got 25,000 100% satisfied customers, including me. They come out to your house as a problem solver, and their ultimate goal is to give you the peace of mind you need by making sure that you understand what is happening. So, if you need waterproofing or foundation repair, maybe some concrete leveling, call the company that I endorse, USS, United Structural Systems. They've been keeping homes dry and stable for years, and that's why homeowners trust USS. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, online at USSTN.com.
WTN.
Five 37, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is time for the Gang of Three Amigos. Johnny B's over there. Hey, Johnny, how are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Weaves, everybody's noticing that you still have your cold.
Yeah, I still got my cold, boys. Sorry about that.
Oh, listen. Weaves with a cold is better than no weaves at all.
That's right.
Better stay away from the weaves.
That's not a
you
problem.
You don't want this. That's it.
You know, my 10-foot personal space bubble is now 20 feet when it comes to the bearded wonder.
Now, is Mac wiping down the news studio after you leave? Or?
I hope so. I
better
be. I sprayed this. I sprayed this foam over the microphone with some disinfectant yesterday. Hopefully that didn't affect him too much.
No, you know what I've noticed is that when we spray that stuff, it gets into my throat.
Oh, yeah.
All that disinfectant stuff.
Yeah.
It is awful.
Yes,
it is.
Well, this stuff looks pretty lethal, too. I mean, it comes in a light pink can. It's called Claire. Disinfectant Spray Q.
It's called what?
Claire.
Claire?
Yeah, CLAIRE. Country Fresh Scent.
Is that sexist? Because that sounds awfully unwoke, because that's a woman's name. That implies that it's a woman's job to clean.
Yeah, it does come across that way, does it not?
Listen, if I was infused with wokeness, which I'm not, but if I was infused with wokeness, that would absolutely trigger me.
I would have videos on it that I would play at work.
Well, let's do this. Let's be the mainstream media and go find somebody it does offend and interview them.
That's exactly what we'll do.
Where's Justin Jones? We can talk to him.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Justin Jones.
Yeah, what about that old boy?
So he got in trouble yesterday?
Yeah.
What
twice.
did he? So So you were doing your newscast at the 5 o'clock, and you were reporting that Justin Jones got in trouble for whatever it was.
Yeah.
Johnny and I, of course, start laughing, saying, "Oh, Justin Jones in trouble." There was a shock.
Yeah.
What was it? Can you replay the audio? Do you have that handy? That 5 o'clock newscast?
Stand by, Brother Dan Mandis.
Because I guess what did he? He was talking about things that were not up for discussion.
Yeah, there was
speaking for the people.
Yeah, there was a discussion about a particular bill. Well, he wasn't talking about that, and he was warned by the speaker twice. And then whenever he continued, the speaker silenced him. And this is what it sounded like afterward.
Troopers, please clear the balcony.
That their attempt to silence me was not about me, but it was about the people of my district.
Oh, shut up.
And if they can silence one member, they can silence all of us.
Whatever.
He doesn't speak in that halting tone anymore, though. You notice that? He's now speaking normally.
He's beginning to understand the beauty of brevity when it comes to sound bites.
Yes.
Because he's got to get... It sounds a lot better when you are being shown or played on the news or radio or whatever.
Right.
Where you're not talking like this.
And you're not having pregnant pauses. I speak for the people.
People.
Well,
I'm so tired of it. Can I just... So here's...
It's like, who even cares?
Here's
the
thing. Can I just tell you?
I think Speaker Sexton handled it just fine.
Yeah, he did.
Well, here's the deal. Whether it is the parents that are there or Justin Jones or the protesters, y'all know the rules. You know the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Justin Jones, he wants to get silenced or censured or whatever
what
it is
he wants.
so that he can, then say, "Oh, I'm being silenced," and he's silencing the people.
Yeah.
Bull crap. You know what? More people, I would say this to Justin Jones, more people voted for Republicans and conservatives in this state by and large than voted for you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
absolutely.
Listen.
This is all they have, man.
It's so dumb.
All Democrats have is throwing tantrums.
And quit saying...
That's all they have.
And quit saying it's fascist, because if it were fascism, Justin Jones wouldn't even be getting to talk to the press.
Dad, let him say it, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Whatever.
it's stupid.
Yeah, it is, and it doesn't matter. I mean, they're going to scream and cry and throw these tantrums, and it just doesn't matter because they just don't have any power.
They look childish.
They just don't.
Well, but here's the deal. This whole thing has been a cluster, right? Because yesterday I forget the guy's name now, but the guy from the Senate.
Which one?
I don't remember his name. Ken. I just said, Ken something or another. What was his name?
Oh, Yeager.
Yeager. Thank you, Ken.
Yeah.
Yeager. I had that Senator Yeager on.
The Republican caucus chair.
Yes, thank you. Him. And, he comes on, and he is responding to Cameron Sexton, who said to the media that the Senate was basically impeding a meeting between Governor Lee and the House and the Senate. And then Yeager comes on and he says, well, no, we've never received any kind of a notification or request for a meeting, basically saying that Cameron Sexton is lying. Well, then Sexton comes on and he accuses the senator of lying. And I don't know who's telling the truth. And, politicians, somebody's lying. And I don't know who it is. I like all these people, but it's like, come on.
Yeah.
Well,
again, this whole thing, aren't we all supposed to be on the same side as far as conservatives go? So what the hell's going on?
Well,
it's frustrating, and I don't know.
I look at it like this.
Matt had Jack Johnson on yesterday, Senate Majority Leader, and he basically backed up what Yeager said.
Yeah, well, he's a senator.
Well, that's yes. Thank you. So, in other words, both sides, the Senate is, attacking the House is attacking the Senate, yet everybody has all the respect as possible for each other, right?
Oh, sure.
Well, I respect Mr. Sexton. I respect, Cameron Sexton. I respect Jack Johnson. Everybody respects each other, yet everybody's calling each other liars.
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Well, I don't know if they're calling them liars.
Well, they're calling... Read between the lines. So if you have the Senate saying that Sexton is mistaken when he says that they have reached out to the Senate and they say no, that he hasn't, what else is that? I mean, somebody's lying.
Well, all I heard Yeager say is we didn't get that communication.
So, in other words, somebody somewhere may have dropped the ball.
Yeah, it may be somebody in the middle, like somebody that works for them.
And it could have been conveniently left in the spam folder.
Exactly.
It could have been conveniently left under a phone book or something on a desk that nobody saw.
A phone book? Really, Ken? Is that where you're going?
I'm back in the 60s, I know.
Yes, yeah.
You know how you know that
a phone book.
Politicians are lying? There's like official lying sounds like that. That's the sound you hear when a politician is lying, or when my wife has booked a trip for me to go on a cruise.
Oh, wants to go on a cruise, does she?
Where are you going to go, Brother Dan?
Well, I'm going to be somewhere in the ocean with lots of food and alcohol.
And people.
I thought you said you didn't drink anymore, Brother Dan Mandis.
Oh, there may be an exception. There may be an exception. I'm gonna be the guy, shirt off, screaming at the front of the ship, "I'm the king of the world!"
Yes, sir.
That'll be me.
Wrestling people as they walk by you. Put them in headlocks and scobbing their knobs.
Asking complete strangers to lather me up with suntan lotion.
Yeah.
That'll be.
You asking people to touch you?
I was getting ready to say, Brother Dan.
Listen, enough Dan Grizz, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, there's a story among itself. There you go.
Now, here's the thing: is I went on a cruise like over 30 years ago. I swore that I would never go on another one,
and here you are.
And here we are with another cruise.
Did you get a stomach ache on that cruise?
No, I didn't get a stomach ache. I basically drank myself into oblivion.
Okay.
Well, because here's the funny thing. I was with an ex-girlfriend. She and I had bought the tickets.
Yeah.
Then we broke up.
Oh.
So we're in this and she broke up with me. So we're in this really small cabin.
Wait a minute.
You were together in the cabin after you broke up?
You broke up on the ship.
Yes. And man,
oh my God!
I used as much Pepe Le Pew charm as I could muster.
Yeah?
Man, I could not get her to crack. It was
once it's over, they don't usually.
Well, sometimes they do.
Sometimes. Depends on.
But not this one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
She was decisive. She was done.
So you were sweet talking her and trying to smooch her, and she was just repelling your advances.
Oh, she repelled me all right.
Yeah.
Man.
But that's
almost repelled you over the side of the boat, did she?
She was like, am I going to have to somehow, like, change cabins? I'm like, no, it's fine. Just forget it. It's all good.
Boy, that would be rough to be in a cabin with somebody you just broke up with.
Yeah. Man, you have no idea.
Oh, I do.
Hey, real quick.
Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over.
So, of course, we all know this is Vivek. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek.
He's got a rap name. It's I guess it's Devake. It's Devake.
All right.
You know what's happening? I'm listening to this and my brain is melting.
I think his is too.
All right, now listen. All right, super texters, which is worse, this or Donald Trump's rap from yesterday that Chris Hand was so excited to share with everyone?
Well, that's too close to call.
Goodness.
Boy, that is too close to call. Anyway, Eminem has actually now told Vivek to stop rapping his songs. This is from the Daily Caller. Eminem demands Vivek Ramaswamy stop rapping his songs at campaign events.
Yeah.
Especially in Iowa.
So does Eminem give a reason? Is it because he doesn't like Vivek's style, or he just doesn't agree with Vivek's politics?
You know, it doesn't say. Let's see here. I mean, Eminem did all the right things. He went through BMI and all that kind of stuff. And
okay.
He basically, although I'd be reasonably certain that Eminem doesn't agree with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Ramaswamy's campaign said Friday the 2024 hopeful hit a new fundraising record following the first GOP presidential debate, and so on and so forth. So there you go. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Rapping.
I think, though, that Eminem is, quite frankly, doing us all a favor. Because we won't have to play this anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, God.
Make it stop.
Yes, sir. Politicians, man. Singing and dancing.
I just don't know why, why he thinks he can rap. Whatever. You know what? Here's the deal.
He's trying to appeal to the 40 and 50-somethings out there who really got into Eminem about 20 years ago.
Yes.
Boy, I guess. I don't know. It's one of those things where you listen to Vivek and you listen to him trying to rap, and believe it or not, with him trying to rap and with Donald Trump's little thing that we heard yesterday, I want to replay this. Joe Biden sings Rich Men North of Richmond, just for a little palate cleanser.
I've been selling influence for personal gain, overseas trips, on a government plane, been taking bribes from China and Ukraine.
Yep.
And then I launder the cash while my son does cocaine. It's the Biden way to make lots of dough. And to the FBI, they don't want to know. I can always depend on my powerful friends, because I'm a rich man north of Richmond.
I did like that. I wish it had been a little longer.
That's actually a pretty good line there.
Yeah, it is.
Again, no pun intended.
I'm still trying to figure out a way to work in hookers.
Yeah.
Like maybe the more the Republicans...
Oh, no, don't do it, Brother Dan.
No. Hold on. I think the more the Republicans are lookers, the more they're going to find out about the hookers.
No.
No?
No.
Right, fine. No. That really was. I'm trying to...
That's going to take some.
Why do I
that's
try?
Take some time.
Why do I
it's
even
fine
try?
to try, Dan, but you got to take a little time. You can't just do it on the fly.
Lookers and hookers.
I know. But
Okay.
No. Just no.
look and hook, that doesn't work.
No.
Look and hooker doesn't work.
No.
You gotta. There you go. I'm gonna fight with this microphone all day long. This is the third time I've hit the damn thing.
The Republicans have been snookered. Well, Hunter.
Oh.
Well, Hunter has some hookers.
No, the American people have been snookered.
Hey, there you go.
There it is.
That's it.
Somebody write that down.
yeah, write that down. Get that, Brother Johnny B.
While the American people were being snookered,
Hunter was enjoying hookers.
Hunter was paying for hookers.
Boys, we're going to be rich. Write it down, Brother Johnny B. Let's record it. I bet you it goes all the way to 1023 on the Hot 100.
Put a copyright on that. Yes. All right, got to go. 5:52, Nashville's Morning News. It has been a very hot August, of course. The last thing you need is your AC going out here in the middle of summertime. Because let me tell you something, even though September's right around the corner, still going to be really hot. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they can help you immediately. If your AC goes out, it's happened to me. If you become a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and your AC breaks down, you're going to get it fixed quickly and efficiently with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You do get front-of-the-line service when you are a Beehive member. Part of making sure that you stay cool in the summertime is maintenance. Becoming a Beehive member means you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus no overtime charges 24/7 and 10% off of all repairs. This is the company you need to turn to help you out with your HVAC. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. 5:57, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up, I don't know, did you hear the epic battle between Peter Doocy and Cringe Jean-Pierre yesterday? The questions she refuses to answer, I will. And it's coming up next on Nashville's morning news on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Six o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and there's some good news. If you're driving to your Labor Day holiday destination, TDOT says no lane closures the entire weekend starting Friday, but you still need to slow down where workers are present. It's going to be busy at BNA. 300,000 travelers expected to go through TSA checkpoints. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Idalia is now a Cat 1 hurricane, expected to strengthen further before making landfall on the Florida Gulf Coast sometime tomorrow morning. Governor Ron DeSantis says it's going to be a major hurricane.
We have activated the full 5,500 National Guardsmen available in our state to respond to the storm. They have access to a lot of different assets, both on the ground and in the air.
Idalia, said to be the first major hurricane to impact Florida since Category 4 Ian made landfall last September. Here in Nashville, more bills have advanced at the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shooting. The House has now passed 18 bills. The state Senate, 4. News Channel 5 says House Republicans say Governor Lee supports 12 bills. Right now in North Carolina, all classes canceled today at UNC in Chapel Hill after yesterday's deadly shooting at the university. Lionel Moise reports a faculty member was killed, prompting an hours-long lockdown of the campus.
One student survived a shooting in high school only to experience another one as a college junior.
I guess I've grown a lot of resilience.
A nearby grade school also put on lockdown.
The last thing that I was kind of hoping to feel on the first day of my kids' school.
The university's chancellor mourning the loss of the faculty member, saying this shooting damages the trust and safety that we so often take for granted on our campus. We will work to rebuild that trust and safety.
Police at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill say the suspected shooter is in custody. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com if you want to check online. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors enjoyed a rare taste of champagne Monday after a winning session on the trading floor. The Dow Jones rose 213 points to close at 34,559. The S&P 500 gained back 0.6%. The Nasdaq advanced 0.8. You're paying more now for gasoline than you have all year. A gallon of regular is at a nationwide average $3.82, about 60 cents higher than on New Year's Day. Contributing to the rise, oil production cuts from Saudi Arabia and Russia, as well as overdue work on refineries in the U.S. Toyota acknowledges that a cyber attack is the likely cause of a production system malfunction that's shut down production at all 14 of its assembly plants in Japan. The hack is keeping the world's largest automaker from ordering components. No Prime? No problem. Except that in some markets, you'll need to spend at least $35 to get free delivery from Amazon. Until now, the minimum purchase for free shipping for non-Prime members has been $25.
All right. Ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street, futures are mixed. Dow futures down 5, S&P up just a fraction, NASDAQ futures up 4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News, indeed, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here. And there is so much going on. One of my favorite stories from yesterday is Cringe Jean-Pierre and her refusal to answer any questions related to really anything of relevance regarding Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and a lot of these investigations that are going on. I'm going to play for you the entire back and forth between Cringe Jean-Pierre and Peter Doocy, who he was off on a maternity leave for a while, and he's now back in the White House press briefing. And you'll find her lack of words, her lack of an answer to any of his questions, you'll find them more than likely, number one, probably infuriating that she refuses to answer the questions. But number two, it's actually kind of entertaining that clearly Doocy has her on the ropes.
The Secret Service is paying $16,000 a month now to stage near Hunter Biden in Malibu. Who's paying for that?
That's a question for the Secret Service.
Hunter Biden is reportedly selling art to pay for his $15,800 a month rent in Malibu. How can you guarantee that people are not going to be buying this art to gain favor with the president?
That is a question for Hunter Biden and his representatives.
It's a question
I know.
of
I hear.
ethics at the White House. We know that one of the art buyers got a job from the Biden administration. Can you guarantee that there is no quid pro quo?
I hear your question. I'm not going to get involved in this. That is a question for Hunter Biden's representatives.
But we know that from a Hunter Biden associate now that he sold the appearance of access to then Vice President Biden. Are you confident that he has stopped doing that?
That is a question for Hunter Biden.
If somebody is selling the appearance of access to the White House, that is a question for the White House.
No, that is.
Yes, it is.
Your, I don't know how you're perceiving that.
It's sworn testimony by Devin Archer. He said.
I am just not, Peter. I'm just not going to get into this. I'm just not.
So, this testimony, since the last time that I was in here, Devin Archer talks about how he and Hunter Biden tried to profit off the Biden brand. What is the Biden brand?
I'm not going to get into it from here. I'm not going to get into it from here. We're going to move on. Go ahead.
So clearly, that was a minute and a half. And I don't know about you, but that was not only entertaining, but also excruciating. Because, there was a time when Joe Biden said he was going to be the most transparent president ever. And clearly, no. And here's the thing. Every single one of those questions that Cringe Jean-Pierre says, well, that's a question for Hunter Biden's attorneys. No, these are questions for you and for the president. And so she's not going to answer the questions, so I will.
The Secret Service is paying $16,000 a month now to stage near Hunter Biden in Malibu. Who's paying for that?
That's a question for the Secret Service.
No, that's actually a question for you, Cringe Jean-Pierre. And by the way, everybody knows the answer to that question. Who is paying for Hunter Biden's Secret Service? It is you and me, all of us, taxpayers, are paying for Hunter Biden's Secret Service. And typically what happens is that Secret Service agents, they're forced to rent a nearby residence so that they can stand guard for the protected, in this case, Hunter Biden. And by the way, this is something that happens with all politicians and their family. So this is just unfortunately the way that it is. The issue here is that Hunter is living so incredibly extravagantly and this lifestyle, and it is forcing the Secret Service to do the same. But again, it is the same with all politicians, and I'm reasonably certain that those members of the Secret Service, I bet everybody wants the Hunter detail, right? Because you know that he's going to be living large, and so they're going to be living large as well. If he's paying $15,000, $16,000 for a Malibu mansion, well, then the Secret Service, no doubt, they have to do the same thing because they need to be nearby. But, one of the things that I was thinking about was all this time that Hunter was, doing crack and he's got all of these prostitutes and he's influence peddling and he's, partaking in bribery and all of these things that he is, in my opinion, guilty of, but accused of. He had the Secret Service all around him during those times. Yet somehow he wasn't arrested for clearly violating drug laws and prostitution laws as well, but he wasn't arrested. So I guess part of my question would be, okay, so Secret Service, we are paying them to protect Hunter Biden. But I think that sort of has double meaning, because on the one hand, they are protecting Hunter Biden from, bad guys and harm. But it's also clear that they are protecting him from, being arrested, because he should be arrested and should have been arrested for all of the things that he did. I mean, Biden privilege really is a thing. And don't forget that they also worked, the Secret Service did, to help Hunter Biden out of that gun fiasco that his girlfriend there dumped in the trash. So that's also part of the conversation. But anyway, that is, for Corinne Jean-Pierre, she says, well, that's a question for the Secret Service. No, it's not. It's a question for the Biden administration. There's more.
Hunter Biden is reportedly selling art to pay for his $15,800 a month rent in Malibu. How can you guarantee that people are not going to be buying this art to gain favor with the president?
That is a question for Hunter Biden and his representative.
No, it's not. It is a question for you. She won't answer the question, so I will. The president and she herself, Corinne Jean-Pierre, has said that there is an absolute wall where those that buy Hunter Biden's art will not get anything in return. No presidential favors. Well, that turned out to be an absolute lie. And Peter Doocy knows that, and Corinne Jean-Pierre knows that as well. He wasn't supposed to know. Hunter Biden wasn't supposed to know who paid for his art, but he did know. He did find out. And one of those buyers, and this is the reason why the question is relevant to the Biden administration, because one of the people that bought Hunter Biden's art, and I'm using air quotes, Elizabeth Hirsch Naftali, ended up getting a great gig on a Biden commission. So that's part of the conversation. Very few reported on that story. I did. And these commissions are unpaid, but it's one of those, signs of influence and importance among political donors and elite. So she paid a bunch of money for Hunter Biden's piece of crap art, and then what did she get? She got a, really nifty commission out of the deal. So yeah, it's a relevant question. Corinne Jean-Pierre said this wasn't a White House issue. Well, of course it is, because it was Joe Biden who appointed this woman to the commission after she bought Hunter Biden's art. So that is absolutely a reasonable question. Oh, there's more. There's a lot more, and it's coming up next. It's 6:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Mostly cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, a high of 84, 73 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here on Nashville's Morning News, answering the questions that Corinne Jean-Pierre simply won't.
We know that from a Hunter Biden associate now that he sold the appearance of access to then Vice President Biden. Are you confident that he has stopped doing that?
That is a question for Hunter Biden.
If somebody is selling the appearance of access to the White House, that is a question for the White House.
No, that is your I don't know how you're perceiving that.
Sworn testimony by Devin Archer. He said,
I'm just not, Peter. I'm just not going to get into this. I'm just not.
I love how he literally laughs in her face. If you didn't pick up on that, he laughed in her face because her ability to not answer these questions and try and skip around and just say, no, I'm not answering these questions. I'm not going there. Well, the question would be then, why do you refuse to answer these questions? Just because she doesn't have the depth to understand the question doesn't mean that it's not a valid question regarding Devin Archer. And she won't answer the question because she knows the answer is no. She cannot guarantee that Hunter Biden is not out there selling influence. I mean, this Biden White House, folks, it has been caught time and time and time again lying. So she has no credibility at this point, of course, so why bother? And I think the reason why she won't answer the question is because she doesn't want to go on the record. Because everybody know that, by and large, the Biden administration and Joe Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre, they all lie constantly. I mean, that's not an insult, that's an adjective. This is it's what they do. What's next?
This testimony, since the last time that I was in here, Devin Archer talks about how he and Hunter Biden tried to profit off the Biden brand. What is the Biden brand?
I'm not going to get into it from here. I'm not going to get into it from here. We're going to move on. Go ahead.
We're going to move on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please, another member of the White House press corps, ask me what kind of ice cream Joe Biden is eating this afternoon. We don't want to answer the really hard-hitting, tough, and relevant questions. Let's just talk about, the greatness of Bidenomics. It's unbelievable. And it's interesting because if I were a self-respecting member of the White House press corps, I would follow up what Peter Doocy was asking. I would follow up with, why is it you won't answer these very relevant questions? By the way, the Democrats must be worried about this poll, talking about this yesterday. Support among black voters, according to this Fox News poll. Polls are now showing that there is a dwindling support for Joe Biden amongst the black voters out there. Listen to this. In 2020, and again, Fox News, take it for what it's worth, friends, but in 2020, 91% of the black folks out there voted for Joe Biden. All of 8% voted for Donald Trump. But now, here in 2023, 61%. Joe Biden, according to, and I think it was Chris, that was talking about black folks on social media, proudly proclaiming that this is a real story. Proudly proclaiming that they have left the Democrat Party, or at the very least, left Joe Biden. There is a video of people watching Richmond north of Richmond, and it was on Instagram, it was on TikTok, it was everywhere. And it was all of these people of all walks of life and all, different colors and so forth. And they're all watching this video of Richmond north of Richmond. And there's a number of black folks that were literally crying because they could relate. And so when you've got the current president of the United States losing 30% of his support among black voters, and Donald Trump has picked up quite a bit. He was at 8% in 2020. Now he's at 20%. So Donald Trump has picked up an additional 12%. I'm not sure where the 30% went that, decided they're not going to vote for Biden. Heck, maybe they've just lost complete faith in the process whatsoever. So now the question is, where will that support go? Will it go to, Vivek Ramaswamy? Will it go to Tim Scott? Will it go to Nikki Haley? Will it go to, Donald Trump once we get heavier into and deeper into the primaries? I don't know. But there's a number of different polls out there that show that whether you're black, you're white, whatever, your support for Joe Biden is beginning to dwindle. The numbers prove that. And I think part of what's going on is the American people, they are just being lied to and they're tired of it. And I think part of what's going on, perhaps, maybe, is that Donald Trump, for all of his faults, one thing is he's always been brutally honest. I mean, right? Whether it's his Twitter, whether it's, his battles with the White House press corps and the media, Donald Trump has always been brutally honest. And he's also been somebody who has been right about a lot of things. Joe Biden has been, brutally a liar. And he has been for decades. And so for, the tale of these two presidents, it's clear right now who is being attacked by the DOJ, by Biden's DOJ, while he continues to skate on his lies and bribery and so forth and influence peddling, and it goes on and on. 622 on WTN. Chris Weber from the afternoon show is now an official patient of Dr. Kevin Mitchell and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, Chris has seen all of us go through treatments, and now he has decided that he is going to give it a try. Now, Dr. Kevin Mitchell can help you with your chronic back, neck, and knee pain. He helped me. Those amazing spinal decompression machines, they can help you. And Dr. Kevin Mitchell, he's got that brand new KT machine for your knee therapy as well. So whether it is your back, whether it is your neck or your knee, he's got the right technology to help you. No pills, surgery, or injections. This is just relaxing therapy to help you feel better fast. That terrific deal does continue. Your first exam, consultation, and treatment is just $23. So call him and tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
One of the big words being thrown around in the investing world right now is this one. You may have heard it. Fiduciary. The idea that the investment advisor has to keep your interest first when they give advice. Now, it's being used in a marketing sense right now, and one of the things that I found fascinating, there was a study by the University of Southern California and Indiana University. They looked at investment advisor portfolios, and they found that they were making basic academic mistakes in the management of their own portfolios. And the question that they asked was, if they can't even keep their own best interest first, how are they going to keep your best interest first? That was the question. Now, one of the things that we do at Paul Winkler Inc. is every one of our offices, 10 offices, is run by a degreed planner, number one. But we go way beyond the call of duty when it comes to fiduciary and making sure that we're using academically sound principles in investing. Evidence-based. In other words, a lot of this is backed by Nobel Prize winning research. To learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
Idalia has become a hurricane and is still headed for the Gulf Coast of Florida. Got some more bills passed at the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shootings. Nashville Mayor John Cooper signed some bills yesterday, one of them dealing with license plate reader cameras. And wait till you hear what doctors pulled from the brain of a 64-year-old woman in Australia. It was alive.
Oh.
Details at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ken, you are becoming more and more every single day the master of the teases.
It's alive!
Wait till you hear this doctor describe it.
Well, we know there's nothing alive in Biden's brain. Anyway. Hey, coming up.
Dan.
Coming up, the sad tale of San Francisco continues. And you know what I find fascinating is this attempt by, it's funny, I was just talking about the media. This attempt by the media, have you seen this, to tie the horrific and tragic shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, to Ron DeSantis and to Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump. In one probably 45-second soundbite that I'm going to play for you, they somehow magically try to connect these three Republicans to the tragic shooting in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm going to play that for you coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. I'm assuming, Johnny, the studio cameras are operational. You can see the radio show at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and at 997WTN.com. At 629, I really, really like working with the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. You know what they do. They help our returning military heroes as they try to adjust to life back home here in the States after multiple deployments. Now, their challenges are well documented by me and others. They've spent years away from family and friends and their support system. Their needs are endless, and so is the compassion from the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. Now, one of the things that they do is they partner with incredible organizations to get these warriors the help that they need to deal with thoughts of self-harm and addictions and PTSD and a whole lot more. So if you have it in your heart and your wallet to give to this amazing organization, please do so. You can find out more information at thecharliedanielsjourneyhomeproject.org. Be sure and tell them you heard about them on Nashville's Morning News, and yours truly, Dan Mandis. That website again, thecharliedanielsjourneyhomeproject.org.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And TDOT says they're going to open all the lanes if you are driving to your Labor Day holiday weekend destination. They'll still have workers in some construction zones, so you'll have to slow down there. It's going to be busy at the airport. They're expecting about 300,000 people to go through TSA over the holiday weekend. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Jim Ryan says part of the Gulf Coast of Florida is still under the gun from Idalia.
Early this morning, Idalia crossed the threshold and is now a hurricane with winds of 75 miles per hour. And in the next few hours,
it's likely to continue strengthening all the way until impact.
And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging everyone here on the Gulf side of the peninsula to be ready for extreme wind and rain.
And it could have catastrophic storm surge.
At this point, landfall is expected early Wednesday morning.
Duke Energy Florida says they've mobilized about 4,500 power line techs, vegetation workers, and support personnel to respond to outages. Tampa Electric says they're bringing in more than 1,000 workers and supplies from other states. Right now in Tennessee, a total of 22 bills have advanced at the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shootings. 18 of them passed the House, 4 of them in the Senate. Only one of the bills deals with gun safety. It approves funding for gun locks. Nashville Mayor John Cooper signing some bills yesterday, one which fully implements license plate reader cameras across the city.
This is leading to arrests and solving hot crime, particularly hot gun crime. And so I know that police are grateful to have an additional tool that most or all other cities have. And it's just something that you have to do if we're going to keep up with the challenges of having more guns and gun crime in Nashville.
Well, doctors say they don't think it's ever happened before. Scientists claim to have removed a 3-inch long worm that was living in the brain of an Australian woman. One doctor says it wiggled happily as it came out. Doctors say it was moving. The 64-year-old woman had suffered stomach pain, a cough, and night sweats, forgetfulness, and depression for months. They say she probably contracted the worm from a type of grass beside a lake near where she lives. This same area is also a place where carpet pythons live in Australia. Doctors say the woman is recovering. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I seem to be in the middle of one home reno project after another. We do have to keep investing in our home, and we do need to protect those investments. That is why I love talking about my friends at Rhino Shield. Now, they'll protect the exterior of your home, the outside of your home. And it's going to look amazing once Rhino Shield comes out and paints the outside of your house. Now, once that's done, you don't have to worry about it for another 25 years at least. And yes, your house is going to look incredible thanks to Rhino Shield. They'll treat you right with great customer service, free estimates, and fair prices. You can increase the value of your house, improve that curb appeal, and protect your investments from these crazy Middle Tennessee elements with Rhino Shield. And yes, it is green friendly as well. So if it's time to paint your house, it is time to call Rhino Shield. It can be used on virtually any surface, and customer satisfaction is their number one priority. So call them and tell them Dan told you to reach out. Rhino Shield at 615-474-1729, 615-474-1729. Online, it's rhinoshieldnashville.com. 6:38 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Tuesday, August 29th. Dan Mandis here, along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver as well. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Isn't that what the Democrats always say? Isn't that their mantra? That is what they do. Got a hurricane barreling down on Florida. Well, it's climate change. Whole bunch of people die in Maui. Well, it's after this fire. Well, it's climate change, right? Never let a good crisis go to waste. We had the shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, and you had an NPR reporter yesterday. This is just unconscionable. You have an NPR reporter yesterday at the White House press briefing, and this guy, Franco Ordonez, actually tries to blame Governor Ron DeSantis for the shooting. Listen closely to what he has to say. He's, in the midst of a press conference. Johnny, need some audio if I could, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Does the White House see any connection with the changes that the Florida governor has made in teaching about African American history to the kind of violence that we saw in Jacksonville?
Are you really that dumb, NPR? So because the governor banned this notion of diversity, equity, and inclusion in public universities, somehow that triggered this crazed white supremacist racist to kill folks. That makes no sense whatsoever. And so this NPR reporter, Franco Ordonez, asking this question the way that he did, clearly what he's trying to do is tee up the Biden administration to say, oh, yeah, absolutely, that's what happened. Why? Because they're worried about, I believe, Ron DeSantis. And, this woke style of teaching is very controversial, and it's all about discrimination. It's all about indoctrination, and it teaches that America is fundamentally racist, and you've got a gender ideology teaching and the rest of that nonsense. So, yeah, it's a very controversial thing to teach, and Governor Ron DeSantis wanted nothing to do with it, and he banned it from public universities. Oh, by the way, that was like 6 months ago. That was back in like March when that was a big story. So somehow, all of a sudden, according to NPR reporter Franco Ordonez, somehow this 6-month-old story has now triggered this guy. But this notion or implication that this guy was suddenly triggered by this story that was, again, in the news 6 months ago. Don't forget, last month, the Florida Department of Education, there was that story about how they were teaching the slaves, quote, benefited from slavery, which was completely taken out of context. But the whole thing is just silly. But the question by this NPR reporter was posed to White House Director of Public Engagement, Stephen Benjamin. Here is his non-coherent answer. I want you to listen closely. It's a little hard to understand, almost as bad as Corinne Jean-Pierre.
The president has been very clear, again, in the piece he penned this morning, and I think probably more so in action, his actions last month in working to establish the monuments to Emmett Till and maybe Till Mobley, of course, commemorating the sad event of his murder, but also recognizing the courage of his mother in making sure that she helped light the fuse that set in action significant events of the civil rights movement.
So I want to make sure that I get this right. So the reporter asks if the shootings were a result of Governor Ron DeSantis saying no diversity, equity, and inclusion teaching in public universities, and then this guy from the White House Office of Public Engagement, he says, well, the answer is a monument. Okay. How does that stop white supremacy, actually? I mean, it doesn't. And don't get me wrong, if people are evil and sinister and murderous, well, a monument or really, anything isn't short of putting them in jail is not going to stop them. It's just not. And unfortunately, if these people are hell-bent, and the sheriff said this yesterday from Jacksonville, if somebody is hell-bent on doing harm, if someone is hell-bent on doing damage, there's very little we can do to stop them. That's why we need to be able to defend ourselves. Hello, Second Amendment. So now this guy, again, the White House Director of Office of Public Engagement, Stephen Benjamin, then he ties in DeSantis and Donald Trump as they continue to politicize this tragedy. And they're doing it, and this is what he had to say.
We cannot rewrite American history. We have to tell the good with the bad, and that is edifying to the soul of this country. And the president, since day one, you've heard him talk about his personal reaction to Charlottesville. Redeeming the soul of America is central to who Joe Biden is as a man and why he chose to run for president as a candidate.
So when Biden keeps invoking comments, and of course this guy just did as well, he invokes Charlottesville. Remember when Donald Trump said there were good people on both sides, which was completely taken out of context, and it was a complete abomination of the truth. And Biden has been fact-checked ad nauseum on this many times by even the mainstream media. Even the Washington Post said that Joe Biden was lying when he talked about how Donald Trump said there were good people on both sides. That has been disproven time and time again. But you'll notice what this guy is doing. He's trying to invoke Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, courtesy of the NPR reporter, in demonizing Republicans and connecting Republicans to the tragedy that is the Jacksonville shooting. So if you're keeping score, you have the Democrats trying to tie in all three of the major Republican candidates. Because remember, Dana Bash played you the audio yesterday, but over the weekend, going after Vivek Ramaswamy for what he said about Ayanna Pressley. Now you have this guy from the White House trying to tie in Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump along with this NPR reporter. And so it's clearly twisted progressive pretzel logic is what I like to call it. And it's just doesn't make any sense unless you are a progressive. Got a little bit more on this straight ahead. 646, got to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. .646 on Nashville's Morning News. Mostly cloudy, a slight chance of rain and a high of 84 on Super Talk 99.7. Just going through some of this audio where you've got the NPR reporter, this NPR reporter named Franco Ordonez, trying to somehow tie in, again, in what I like to call this twisted progressive pretzel logic, where he's trying to tie in Governor Ron DeSantis out there in the state of Florida, trying to say that his banning of teaching diversity, equity, and inclusion in public universities, that was somehow an inspiration to this horrible shooting in Jacksonville, Florida. And I've been playing you audio where they tried to tie in Donald Trump over the last couple of days, that they've tried to tie in as well Vivek Ramaswamy. And, one final comment from the White House Director of Office of Public Engagement, guy by the name of Stephen Benjamin. And here's more of what he had to say. And this was yesterday at the White House.
So I don't think it's a stretch to suggest that trying to rewrite American history is not only wrong, but it also encourages our children and those among us not to lean in to the beautiful and also painful past of what our history looks like, and encouraging people to move forward together.
All right, so we had 3 people killed horribly at the hands of a white supremacist. We know, by the way, it goes without saying, I talked about this yesterday, we know all about the manifesto, the multiple manifestos of this white supremacist, yet nobody seems to want to release the manifesto of the Covenant shooter here in Nashville. Okay, so I could do that monologue 15 times. It doesn't. It's not going to change anything. We do need to see the manifesto here. Whether or not we'll ever see it, who knows? But the other question, of course, is this, and it almost goes without saying, but I will. Nobody seems to care about the 7 people that were killed, including a 14-year-old in Chicago weekend before last, or the 5 that were killed a month ago in Chicago. And every weekend, dozens and dozens and dozens of people, a lot of black folks, shot and killed as gun violence continues to skyrocket in places like Chicago, in places like Washington, D.C. Now, please understand, I'm not diminishing the deaths of these 3 at the hands of a white supremacist. Everybody's horrified, as they should be, over what happened to those 3. But again, you have to ask the question, as horrific as those shootings are, what about all of the horrifying things that are happening every single weekend in these cities across America that are run by Democrats? Nobody seems horrified by that. And as insanely insidious and horrific as the justification for the shootings in Jacksonville are, the reason why this gun violence is continuing to skyrocket in Chicago and the reason why these gangbangers shoot each other is also insidious and stupid. Yet nobody seems to care about those lives. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Super Text line is open, very active today. Thank you very much. 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here, and I love Brentwood Jewelry. Now, this is where I buy all my jewelry these days, and I recommend them highly. Now, listen, if you need a special gift for a special occasion for a special someone, head on over to Brentwood Jewelry for a great selection of earrings and necklaces and watches. It is where Amy and I went to celebrate our big 1-year anniversary. I bought her some fantastic earrings, and she got me a watch. Now, Brentwood Jewelry is the place in Middle Tennessee for new and pre-owned Rolex watches. You can get one of the finest watches ever made for a fraction of the cost. And yes, with Brentwood Jewelry, you get a 2-year warranty as well. Now, my friends at Brentwood Jewelry focus on incredible quality, outstanding customer service, and a vast selection of everything. So stop by today and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 7012 Church Street E, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Brentwood Jewelry, exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Idalia is a hurricane. More bills passed at the special session on public safety. License plate reader cameras in Nashville. And Amazon making changes for free shipping. These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 6:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There is so much going on in the news. You know, we always talk about the drip, drip, drip of the news cycle. And again, every single day, there seems to be another story regarding Joe Biden. Today is no different. Now, I don't know if you folks are watching CNN. I have it on in here because Murphy has it on in here. So
Murphy Show.
Yeah, you know what I think they do is they turn on CNN, and then it's like, Chinese water torture. I don't know if that's like racist or not, but it's like they hide the remotes. So I have no idea where the remotes are.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck up here watching
Poppy Harlow.
You know what? This is even worse. It's Sanjay Gupta. I look up on CNN, and who is there but Dr. Sanjay Gupta?
Don't say his name 3 times, he'll show up.
You might see him in the mirror behind you.
Anyway, moving on from there. So coming up next, all things Joe Biden, including 5,400 new emails that have been found utilizing these pseudonyms. That story for you. And a whole lot more. It is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Some good news. Travelers for the Labor Day holiday weekend. TDOT says it's going to remove all the lane closures. However, you will still need to slow down where workers are present. Could be busy at B&A. They're expecting 300,000 travelers to go through TSA checkpoints. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Idalia is now a Cat 1 hurricane, gaining strength ahead of landfall in the Florida Gulf Coast tomorrow morning. Rob Marciano reports from Tampa.
A state of emergency declared in 46 Florida counties, some under mandatory evacuations, with as many as 300,000 residents vacating their homes.
You don't wait. You just have to go.
Heavy rain and a storm surge up to 7 feet has Tampa residents scrambling for sandbags.
We start preparing, bringing in anything out there that's loose and can fly away.
Long lines for gas and empty store shelves.
Right now in Tennessee, a total of 22 bills have been advanced at the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shootings. 18 of them in the House, 4 of them in the Senate. Only one of the bills deals with gun safety. It approves funding for gun locks. Nashville Mayor John Cooper signing some bills yesterday. One would fully implement license plate reader cameras across the city.
This is leading to arrests and solving hot crime, particularly hot gun crime. And so I know the police are grateful to have an additional tool that most or all other cities have. And it's just something that you have to do if we're going to keep up with the challenges of having more guns and gun crime in Nashville.
Another bill the mayor signed limits the number of entertainment vehicles that can operate downtown. Amazon is raising minimums for free shipping.
If you're not paying for an Amazon Prime membership, you'll have to spend more to get free shipping. The company is testing raising the minimum spend from $25 to $35 in order to qualify for no-cost delivery. The change does not affect customers who are already paying for a Prime membership, which can run you $14.99 a month or $139 a year. Amazon has been cutting costs across its business. This year, it scrapped free grocery delivery for Prime members on orders under $150.
That's Lionel Moise reporting. Gas prices. Maybe a quick decline, but the Energy Department reporting in the past week the average price of regular unleaded nationwide went down about 6 cents to $3.81 a gallon, mostly because wholesale gas prices went down. Analysts say that's about to change. Between hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico, refinery issues, Labor Day travel demand, prices likely to head right back up. Gas Buddy puts the average price per gallon in Middle Tennessee this morning at $3.50 a gallon. A special tribute at the U.S. Open as first-round competition got underway to mark the 50th anniversary of the tournament, becoming the first Grand Slam tennis event to pay equal prize money to women. Billie Jean King honored last night.
In 1972, the women threatened not to play the following year unless we were paid equally.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures down 22. S&P down 3. NASDAQ futures down 9. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7. Welcome on in. It is August 29th. Dan here indeed, along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver as well. And I got to tell you this story about Joe Biden and his 5,400 emails where he was using pseudonyms, fake emails, to go back and forth with Hunter Biden. You would think, his son, that this would be, really top story amongst a lot of the news stations out there. But it's not, except I'm sure on Fox News they are covering it. CNN has not. A quick scan of some of the other websites out there also not covering it. But we will, because it is an incredibly important story for so many different reasons. 5,400. This is from Just the News. I will say that it is top of the fold on dailymail.com. The National Archives and Records Administration acknowledging now possessing potentially up to 5,400 emails connected to then Vice President Joe Biden's pseudonym accounts that he used to forward government information and discuss business dealings with his son Hunter and others. And on Monday, the Southeastern Legal Foundation filed a lawsuit to compel the agency to turn over the emails. You see, this is why, and I know that Brian talked about this yesterday as well, there's a lot of reaction to this amongst conservative circles. One of the biggest things about all of this is that why is it taking the National Archives so long to turn over these emails? Because the Southeastern Legal Foundation, they've been trying to get these emails from Robin Ware, Robert L. Peters, and J.R.B. Ware during his time in the Obama administration. These are the emails, the pseudonyms that Biden used during his time in the Obama administration. This organization, they've been trying to get these emails for, I think it's been over a year. And so that's why for, a lot of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, they are imploring Kevin McCarthy to say, can you just start the impeachment inquiry? Because, being nice and putting forward, and filing these FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act requests, being nice and asking politely is not working. So it's time that we just take the damn gloves off and go after the president. And by the way, those 5,400 emails that Joe was sending and receiving utilizing these pseudonyms, here's the deal. Odds are, because he was using a pseudonym, odds are he was emailing back and forth about things that he knew would raise suspicion, perhaps that he knew was illegal. Things like influence peddling and bribery schemes. Jonathan Turley, of course, from George Washington University, he is out there, and he says, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot out there. And so when we start talking about that impeachment inquiry and about how these agencies are dragging their feet, as I said earlier in the broadcast, I believe that Joe Biden will be dead and buried by the time they get all of the information that they need.
There is a lot, but there's this disconnect. The more evidence we get, the louder the call is from the Democrats to stop any further investigation. Well, it really doesn't make much sense. I mean, we now have a very troubling picture that is composed of financial records with over $20 million that is being transferred through a myriad of accounts that seem overly complex. It seems like the only purpose of those accounts is to hide those transfers. You have what I think now is accepted as sort of open influence peddling by Hunter Biden. That narrative has shifted. Now you have media admitting that he was selling influence and access, but they insist it's an illusion. Well, how do we know that? I mean, you don't know if it's an illusion or not until we get to the bottom of this. And this meeting is just the latest such example. We need to know more about the meeting, but that information is not forthcoming. And that is why Merrick Garland and others are making the case for an impeachment inquiry. They're leaving Congress very little choice.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, a guy on the super text line says, why don't you call them what they are? An alias, pseudonym, alias, fake email, whatever you want to say, however you want to describe these emails, they were meant to hide and to obfuscate. And think about all that evidence. I mean, you've got multiple witnesses. Jonathan Turley talking about the evidence. Multiple witnesses. You've got the accusations from those Burisma executives that they gave the Bidens $10 million to get that investigation canceled from the Ukrainian government. You've got the millions of dollars in funds going into all of those various bank accounts. Remember, they said that, these are going to be so incredibly complicated, nobody's going to be able to figure this out for a decade. And now you've got Viktor Shokin. You remember the guy he was that prosecutor in Ukraine, and he is now speaking. He gave that interview to Fox News about when he was fired by Joe Biden and by the government of Ukraine.
Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid.
Well, and when Biden says they put in somebody who was solid, they put in somebody who basically stopped investigating Burisma. And now, as I played through the audio yesterday, Viktor Shokin, he is talking. And he says, yeah, you know what? I was getting probably too close to the truth about the Bidens. I played you again all that audio yesterday. And so for Viktor Shokin and for a lot of these people that have been in the Biden's orbit for a long time, they're coming out now and they are saying that what James Comer and Jim Jordan and Jonathan Turley and a lot of these other people, what they're saying about the Bidens is actually true. And Viktor Shokin, he does have a lot of credibility. There's a lot of people out there that are saying, oh, no. If you Google Viktor Shokin, again, he was the Ukrainian prosecutor, the investigator investigating Burisma. And then Biden said, I'm not going to give Ukraine the $1 billion unless to fire him. A lot of people, a lot of the mainstream media will say, oh, well, Viktor Shokin, he was the one that was actually corrupt and he wasn't really investigating Burisma. Well, that's actually not true. I've got the details straight ahead at 7:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. $7:15, mostly cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, a high of 84, 72 now. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN, talking about these 5,400 pseudonyms, these fake emails, these aliases, whatever you want to call them, that Joe Biden was using to communicate with his son Hunter, assuming these emails are all about foreign entanglements and foreign businesses and the business that Hunter Biden was involved in. And anytime you use an alias or a pseudonym or a fake email, you're trying to hide something. And so now you've got this organization trying to get access to these emails. They filed a FOIA request, a long time ago, and they still haven't received the first email. And this is why it is obviously clear that the Republicans do need to begin this investigation, this impeachment inquiry, to finally get the information and the documents so that they can finally uncover the truth. And so now you have all these people, again, the Viktor Shokin, why this is not a bigger story, I do know. It's because the media doesn't want it to be a big story. But Shokin, of course, the investigator into Burisma that was fired by Ukraine after Biden withheld that $1 billion. And so Miranda Devine, who literally wrote the book on Hunter Biden's laptop and the corruption of the Bidens, told Fox News last night that Shokin, he's got all kinds of credibility, actually.
Victor Shokin, we're starting to look at him again and realize that the story that was fed to the world by Joe Biden and his handmaidens in the media was just one side of the story and probably false. We know at least half of it was false. We were told that Victor Shokin was corrupt. Well, Joe Biden, nobody has ever produced any evidence to prove that he was. And in fact, he was a very popular prosecutor a career prosecutor of many decades. He had lots of high-profile scalps.
Yeah, she says scalps. I mean, that means that he was getting all kinds of corrupt bad guys there in Ukraine. Yet, what did they do? They shut him down. So you've got all these headlines out there where it's like, the breathy, eye-rolling media saying that Shokin, he wasn't actually investigating Burisma and that he himself was the corrupt one. The media had to demonize Shokin and say that he was the corrupt one to try and dismiss Joe Biden's own corruption and also cover up their own culpability in all of this. But again, remember, with every drip, drip, drip of Joe Biden and all of his dirty deeds, we find out about this daily, and we report it to you on WTN. We are reminded that the media covered for Hunter and Joe at every turn. Here's Fox News analyst Greg Jarrett.
I mean, Shokin was actually in the process of seizing the CEO's assets. He was going to shut down the company. So Burisma pressured Hunter to pressure his father to get rid of Shokin. And documents in Devon Archer confirm it. And when Shokin was canned, the probe vanished magically overnight. And then the cash continued to flow to Hunter's.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That dovetails from the previous soundbite that I played from Miranda Devine, where, she is saying that Victor Shokin, this prosecutor, this investigator in Ukraine, he was not the corrupt one. He was the one that was getting too close, getting too close to Burisma and the Bidens. And so he was let go. And so the more that you look into what is going on here with this, just all of this different evidence that seems to be out there, the more as that Jonathan Turley audio that I played for you a few minutes ago, where he says it is interesting, the more that we find out about the Biden corruption, the more that the media and the people on the left are screaming about how they need to stop the investigations. So I find the whole thing fascinating, and at least for me, it is something that is not real surprising. An Associated Press poll from Twitchy. AP poll shows that Bidens find Joe Biden old and Donald Trump corrupt. Now, isn't that interesting? Because when you look at this poll, you think, okay, so Joe Biden is old. But I think if you look at the totality of evidence that I just laid out for you, by the way, you really want to look at which one is the more corrupt, it would clearly be Joe Biden. But see, here's the thing. When you look at what the media chooses to cover and what they choose to ignore, it's understandable that the low information Americans out there would believe that Donald Trump is corrupt because of the way that they decide to cover these two stories, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. It's easy to focus on Joe Biden is too old. It's a lot harder, again, to cover Joe Biden's corruption because, again, that it does implicate the media. It is 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
One of the big words being thrown around in the investing world right now is this one. You may have heard it. Fiduciary. The idea that the investment advisor has to keep your interest first when they give advice. Now, it's being used in a marketing sense right now, and one of the things that I found fascinating, there was a study by the University of Southern California and Indiana University. They looked at investment advisor portfolios and they found that they were making basic academic mistakes in the management of their own portfolios. And the question that they asked was, if they can't even keep their own best interest first, how are they going to keep your best interest first? That was the question. Now, one of the things that we do at Paul Winkler Inc. is every one of our offices, 10 offices, is run by a degreed planner, number one. But we go way beyond the call of duty when it comes to fiduciary and making sure that we're using academically sound principles in investing. Evidence-based. In other words, a lot of this is backed by Nobel Prize winning research. To learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Got some good news if you're driving to your Labor Day holiday destination. We have more bills passed in the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shooting. These stories and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. Apparently, we were off the air for like a minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know what I think it was? I think it was because I was bashing on Sanjay Gupta.
Oh, yeah?
They just got ticked off. And because, they've got a switch in Atlanta and New York, right? So at any time, they get some sort of a trigger when I say certain words or certain names, and they just can turn off the station if I get too close to the truth.
That's power right there.
I think that's what it is. And so they heard me banging on Sanjay Gupta, and they said, no more transmitter for you.
Well, see, I told you. I tried to warn you. Don't say his name 3 times. That's what happens.
That's exactly right. So I started, talking about Sanjay Gupta. Then I started going into, Joe Biden and all that stuff. And I think that was an opening salvo. I think that was a warning from corporate. You better start talking about like baking recipes and stuff.
That's right.
Get more into the content of worms in people's brains.
Yeah.
That's what we need to continue to talk about. Don't call into, don't call into Joe Biden's corruption. Don't go into all of that. We'll turn off the transmitter.
Worms that wiggle happily when they're pulled from the brain.
By the way, I'm just kidding. I don't know what happened. They actually like when I talk about this stuff. I don't know why, but they do. I think it helps ratings.
I talk about baking. I'd talk about baking all morning long if you wanted to.
Well, listen, I actually got to hand it to the company because they get a lot of heck fire, for some of the stuff that we all say. But you know what? They for the most part, they say, okay, you know what? Just you do you, man, and we do.
Heck fire.
By the way, guy
but
called,
just don't hug me.
What'd you say?
But just don't hug me.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Ken, was it just me, or did it sound like I needed to beep Johnny there?
No.
Apparently that was just me. By the way, guy calls me a racist POS.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, throwing it down this morning.
He really did. He really did. So I'm debating whether or not I want to go ahead and just read the entire thing.
Yeah, let's hear it.
You want to hear? Well, I'm not going to do it now.
Oh, okay. Go save it for later.
Sure. You know what? Maybe we'll save it for the gang of Four Amigos.
All right.
At 8:35.
We're going to get to hear that rap song again?
Yeah. Yeah, we want that Trump rap song.
You guys really want to hear the Trump rap song again?
Not really.
I'm just joking.
No offense, Chris, but no.
By the way, 1313 is baking right now.
What? Ask them.
1313, what are you baking?
Let's see if they respond.
You know what? I'd be willing to bet that at 7:29 they are baking
biscuits.
Blueberry. I'm thinking blueberry muffins. You say biscuits, Johnny. What do you say?
Their brain. I don't know.
Well, they're baking. They're baking something. All right, whatever.
I say biscuits.
You say biscuits?
Yeah,
All right, let's see if
biscuits.
they respond.
Okay.
Let's see if they're actually still listening. All right, it is 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. When I tell you about my friends at Stoltzco, business is booming over at Stoltzco. So many reasons why, but biggest one is because they build. Somebody says meth cookies. They're baking meth cookies. Now stop it. I've got to do this commercial.
So I was right.
Jesse.
Actually, you were right, Johnny. If you don't know what a pole barn is from Stoltzco, it is anything you want it to be. A classic tool and work barn, a garage, place to live. A pole barn is practical, efficient, and flexible. And it is, indeed, going to stand the test of time. So what you want to do is check out their Facebook page, their Instagram page, or their website at stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. They do build great pole barns, and they can help you out. Stoltzco, where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992 for Stoltzco.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and we've got good news. If you're driving to your Labor Day holiday destination, TDOT says no lane closures the entire weekend starting on Friday, but you still need to slow down where workers are present. And it's going to be busy at the airport. BNA is expecting about 300,000 people to go through TSA checkpoints. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. The Gulf Coast of Florida bracing for a potentially devastating storm. Jim Ryan is in Tampa, where preparations underway for the arrival of Hurricane Idalia.
For people living 10 or 15 miles inland, preparing for a hurricane like Idalia can mean laying in a supply of sandbags, water, and canned goods. In Citrus County, on the shoreline, Sheriff Mike Pendergrass says,
if the storm stays on track and it stays as intense as the forecasters are predicting, I would be probably under 2 feet of water above my head.
And so preparing for Idalia means packing up and getting out of town.
Right now in Tennessee, more bills have been passed in the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shootings. Protests broke out after Nashville State Rep Justin Jones kept breaking the rules of decorum and then was silenced.
It passes.
Fascist, fascist. Despite all of that, the House passed 10 more bills. The Senate didn't pass any. Nashville Mayor John Cooper signed some bills yesterday, one that fully implements license plate reader cameras across the city. And a faculty member is dead after a shooting on the campus of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Classes have been canceled today. The FBI has been called in to help with the investigation. A suspect is in custody, but authorities haven't identified the suspect or the victim. Alex Perez says police circulated the suspected gunman's photo online while the campus was on lockdown.
The same photo on the university's website identifies the man as a grad student.
Is advising suspect is in custody. Suspect is in custody.
About an hour and a half after the first report of shots fired, police say a suspect was arrested.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 7:33 on Nashville's Morning News. Get the speed you need at a great price with my friends from Xfinity and Xfinity Internet. You know what's going on in my house these days, right? Got all three of us working on our computers, doing homework or radio shows. We depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. You can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network only from Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, it is reliable, and it's pretty much everywhere. Now, you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, and you can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Those 2 words say it all, fast and reliable. So get in touch with Xfinity and stay connected. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds. Not available in all areas. Performance may be limited by customers' device configuration. 7:38, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the mystery is solved at 1313. It turned out I was right. The listener was baking and listening to us at the same time. I said they were baking blueberry muffins.
Yeah.
Ken, what did you say again?
Biscuits.
Biscuits, and Johnny said meth, of course. And
I did not say meth.
Oh, what did you say?
I said they're baking their brain, I guess. I don't know.
Well, isn't that what meth does? Bakes your brain?
Well, about anything can bake your brain, Dan. Even Dan Grias can do that.
Not my Dan Grias.
Ask Jesse.
My Dan Grias are so weak. Jesse from Breaking Bad. That's a Breaking Bad reference. I got that. Thank you, Ken.
It's that fella standing behind you, Dan.
What? What are you talking about? I don't even get what you just said.
I'm just joking, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm just joshing with you, brother Dan.
He's messing with you, Dan.
Well, the funny thing is,
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, he's messing with you.
I just messing with you.
The funny thing is, I looked behind me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you did.
Because I'm like, well, who's...
You fell for it.
I did. And
Yeah,
this is such a small, claustrophobic room. Anyway.
So, blueberry muffins.
Yeah, with...
That's good.
Yeah.
I could eat a big old bunch of them and wash them down with milk. Not that low-fat milk either.
Yes,
Vitamin D, pure milk. Give me the fat stuff.
The fat stuff?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
Very good. Give me the carbs and nothing but the carbs, right, Ken?
Yes, sir.
Hey, guy, by the way, guy calls me a racist piece of... That's what he says about me.
Goodness.
I'm a racist piece of...
Wow.
You know why?
Getting rough.
Because I speak the truth.
Yeah, well, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what happens when you speak the truth. People call you names.
Yeah.
You know,
Start calling you
sometimes
fascist and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess part of what he's angry about is that when I was talking about the shooting that happened in Jacksonville, I was talking about, well, you know what? I'll go ahead and just play it for or read it to you. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, that last segment that you just did about how you talked about for a brief moment the Jacksonville shooting. I actually did an entire segment on it. It wasn't a brief moment, and I did an entire segment, I think twice yesterday, on the Jacksonville shooting. And I will say, not that I'm defensive, but, you know, when he says you spoke about it for a brief moment, what he's trying to say is that I dismissed the fact that it was a white supremacist, when in reality, again, I did a whole thing on it yesterday, and I said over and over again it was a white supremacist. Then he says you defended the white supremacists.
Oh.
How in the world do you get... This is that twisted pretzel logic that some people have.
Yeah.
He says you defended the white supremacists by mentioning something that happened in Chicago a couple of weekends ago. That something that happened in Chicago was like dozens and dozens and dozens of black people getting shot and killed.
And that's almost an everyday occurrence.
That's about every weekend.
Yeah.
So how is it defending a white supremacist if you're talking about black people being shot and killed in Chicago? You're not. I'm saying at the end of the day, I want to save as many lives as possible, regardless as to how these people are dying. And I'm not dismissing or defending a white supremacist. Are you really that daft? 8625. He says you've just proven that you are a real POS, not just any, but a racist. Blah blah blah. Go ahead and take pride in the fact that I called you a racist. Wear that like a badge of honor. Whatever. The problem with this country is not Joe Biden, nor is it Donald Trump. He says it is people like you that continue to keep people divided because of how you make your living. I don't really understand why speaking truth, because I mentioned the guy was a white supremacist ad nauseum. I did yesterday and today. I'm not hiding from that fact, and why would I?
Well, you got to say it every day, Brother Dan.
Every day,
especially
over and
if you're
over again?
being interviewed by Dana Bash.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so yeah, maybe Rick says Uncle Phil used to call them Picasso listeners.
No.
Was it Van Gogh listeners,
Van
my
Gogh
friend?
listeners, yeah.
Thank you, Rick.
So, Rick, I hate to tell you, but you fall into that category. God bless you.
What was wrong with Picasso? Was anything wrong with Picasso?
I'm sure Picasso had some,
I don't know,
issues, but
anyway,
loss of an ear wasn't one of them.
8313 says, I love the fact that people like that still listen.
Yeah.
Pretzel Logic was apparently a good album by somebody. Says,
Steely Dan.
Steely Dan?
I do believe that was Steely Dan.
Oh, I
yes.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Steely Dan.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't listened to Steely Dan in a long time.
So I don't know. Maybe this guy he for whatever reason, because I'm looking back at the past messages, and he called me ugly once as well. So clearly this guy doesn't like me.
He just likes to throw his gun at you.
Made fun of my bald head another time. So whatever. It's all good.
He's out of bullets, baby.
You know, here's the deal is that when you speak what I believe is the truth, there's nothing that I even said within that segment. There's nothing that I even said that is, in my opinion, up for debate. The guy was a white supremacist. He was a horrible, reprehensible human being. And those three people in Jacksonville clearly did not deserve what happened to them.
Nope.
Conversely, in Chicago, it's the same thing. You know, you got all these people that are shot and killed every single weekend, and you don't want those people to be shot and or killed either. And so just by pointing out that there's all kinds of crime that's going on across this country, it doesn't mean that I'm defending one because I'm talking about the other. I mean, again, at least to me, twisted progressive pretzel logic. It's 7:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. 7:45, mostly cloudy today. A slight chance of rain, a high of 84, 72 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm getting a request, by the way. It is astonishing to me that people listen to so many hours of this radio program. So I think it was in the 5. Maybe I played it again in the 6. The Joe Biden song, which is a great song, by the way, and people are asking if I will play it again. Joe Biden sings Rich Men North of Richmond. And, of course, all of this on the heels of what we've been reporting to you all day today and yesterday as well regarding Biden corruption. This is Joe Biden, courtesy of artificial intelligence, which Joe Biden has no intelligence, artificial or otherwise. But this is Joe Biden, his version of Rich Men North of Richmond.
I've been selling influence for personal gain, overseas trips, on a government plane, been taking bribes from China and Ukraine, and then I launder the cash while my son does cocaine. It's the Biden way to make lots of dough. And to the FBI, they don't want to know. I can always depend on my powerful friends, because I'm a rich man north of Richmond.
There you go. Too short. I think most people are saying it's far too short, but let's face it, we all have short attention spans these days. But very funny and also very apropos, matter of fact, as well. A couple of other headlines for you. The Daily Beast. I don't know if I buy this or not, because I have not seen any evidence that Nikki Haley is going to be a real threat to Donald Trump. But that is that's the headline from the Daily Beast. And the Daily Beast, of course, no friend to the former president. Is it time for Republicans to take Nikki Haley seriously? According to a new Emerson College polling survey, Haley saw the largest increase in support among Republican candidates, jumping 5 points from 2% to 7% following last week's debate. Okay, so let's put this in perspective, shall we? Nikki Haley jumps from 2% to 7%. Meantime, you've got Vivek Ramaswamy, who is up to 22, 23%. And you've got Ron DeSantis also up to about 21, 22, 23%, whatever it is. But DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're both pretty much at the same place. Nikki Haley is way down there at 7%. So come on. And by the way, Donald Trump, you really believe that Nikki Haley is going to be a threat to Donald Trump? Really? The only way that any of these folks, and I'm saying this as a free agent, the only way that Nikki Haley or Vivek Ramaswamy or Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or any of these other folks have any chance in heck is if Donald Trump is not in the game. However that happens, whatever that looks like. Now, we are in for, and I've spoken about this before, so I'm not going to do a deep dive on this, but we are headed for a major crisis here in America, constitutional and otherwise, because of what is going on with Donald Trump, with all of these different indictments, where you have the uber left, the DOJ acting really as a political hit squad for the president of the United States, trying to politically assassinate the president's main political rival in Donald Trump. And again, I say that as somebody who has been, watching this for a long time and taking note of a lot of these different Republicans running. And right now, when you look at the polling, I don't even need to look at the polling. I don't know what the most recent polling is, but I do know that all of the evidence that's out there from the hundreds of millions that watched Tucker Carlson's conversation with Donald Trump, as opposed to those who watched the Fox GOP primary debate, to all the polling in all of the various states shows that absolutely Donald Trump is still by and far the choice for Republicans here in the primary season. So for this really lame headline, they're trying to sell apparently Nikki Haley, the Daily Beast. Nikki Haley is starting to look like a real threat to Donald Trump. I don't know how they're looking at the numbers, but that statement, that headline in and of itself is rather asinine. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Got to tell you that so many people like me, maybe you, suffer from allergies, which is why my friends at Zero Res, they can help you. Your carpet is the #1 air filter inside your house, which is why you need to keep it really clean, or as we like to say, Zero Res clean. They help keep my carpets insanely clean. And again, yes, they can help you. They don't use harsh chemicals at Zero Res. That means pure safety for your family and your pets. They've got a great deal going on right now. I like to call it the Dan Deal. Call them and ask for the Dan Deal. That is 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119, plus you get a free hallway. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. You also get a free hallway, plus 20% off of air duct cleaning as well. So call Zero Res today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. You can also book online. Visit ZeroResNashville.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean.
Got good news if you are driving to your Labor Day holiday weekend destination. We're monitoring reports of that crash Jack just told you about involving a school bus and a WeGo bus in Nashville. We understand injuries are involved. Hurricane Idalia and what it's going to do to us, and more bills advancing at the special session on public safety. These stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 7:56 on WTN. Ken and Johnny, missives from the Super Text line.
Okie doke.
Keith says we're all methed up this morning.
Yeah,
because we're joking about meth. Oh, sorry.
We're methed up.
Methed up. Because we're talking about methamphetamines earlier.
Yeah, we're methy.
We all...
We're methy people.
That's exactly right. Let's see here. 3077 says, no mention of Brother Jones being silenced yesterday. We did talk about that earlier.
Yeah, we've talked about that quite a lot.
If there's anyone who needs to be silenced, it is Brother Jones.
Yeah, he needs to stop breaking the rules of decorum.
Maybe that's what he needs to do. And like, some of the other people that were escorted out of the committee rooms and the hearing rooms there at the state capitol for breaking the rules, even though they are given, very easy explainer as to what the rules are. You break the rules and you're going to get kicked out.
Yeah.
And Brother Jones, 3077, Brother Jones knew full well. But can we just cut the crap? Just cut the crap. Everybody knows. Brother Jones knows what the rules are. This is a game. So Brother Jones, putting that in air quotes. So Brother Jones, he breaks the rules, knowingly breaks the rules. He knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So then he can get media coverage. The lapdogs in the media will cover him.
Oh, yeah.
Being,
sure.
Escorted or silenced or whatever it is, so that they can then demonize the Republicans. It's all a game. So cut the crap. Everybody knows what's going. Well, actually, you know what's sad?
What's that, Brother Dan?
Everybody that listens to this station knows what's going on. But by and large, the people of Nashville actually have no idea the game that's being played or how they're being manipulated. And it's really sad. 7:58 on WTN.
Eight o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And if you're going to be driving to your Labor Day holiday destination, you're going to see fewer orange barrels out there. TDOT says no lane closures the entire weekend starting on Friday, but you still have to slow down where workers are present. It's going to be busy at BNA, too. They're expecting about 300,000 travelers to go through TSA checkpoints. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Monitoring reports of that bus crash involving a school bus and a WeGo bus here in Nashville. It was head-on. There were students on the school bus. There are injuries reported. Channel 4 is reporting 6 people were injured. This happened around 6:30 this morning on Elm Hill Pike between I-40 and Patio Drive. The Biden administration has just announced the first 10 drugs selected for Medicare price negotiation. It includes blood thinners, diabetes drugs, heart failure medications like Eliquis and Jardiance. Medicare aims to negotiate the lowest maximum fair price for drugs on the list, which could help some patients who have coverage but still face those big bills like high deductible payments when they get a prescription. Drug companies that refuse to be part of this new negotiation process will be heavily taxed. Hurricane Idalia is likely to miss some of the more populated areas of the Florida Gulf Coast when it makes landfall sometime tomorrow. Ginger C says that's a good thing.
The actual cone and the actual landfall will likely be up in the Big Bend of Florida. That's a great place for it to make landfall, a Category 3 major hurricane, because it's not as populated, but a place like Cedar Key, we're talking about unsurvivable storm surge.
Idalia is set to be the first major hurricane to impact Florida since Category 4 Ian made landfall last September. Here in Nashville, more bills have advanced at the special session on public safety, which Governor Lee called after the Covenant school shooting. The House has now passed 18 bills, the state Senate 4. News Channel 5 says House Republicans say Governor Lee supports 12 of those bills. And right now in North Carolina, all classes canceled today at UNC in Chapel Hill after yesterday's deadly shooting at the university. Lionel Moise reports a faculty member was killed, prompting an hours-long lockdown of the campus.
One student survived a shooting in high school only to experience another one as a college junior.
I guess I've grown a lot of resilience.
A nearby grade school also put on lockdown.
The last thing that I was kind of hoping to feel on the first day of my kids' school.
The university's chancellor mourning the loss of the faculty member, saying this shooting damages the trust and safety that we so often take for granted on our campus. We will work to rebuild that trust and safety.
Yeah, right now we're still waiting on the name of the shooter and the faculty member that was killed and what their motive might have been. Also, Channel 4 just sent out an alert on this WeGo and school bus crash. Channel 4 says at this time there are 3 children and 3 adults who were transported after that head-on collision over there near the airport. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are down ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Right now, Dow futures down 27, S&P down 2, NASDAQ off 13. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
807 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. So I always find it funny, Ken and Johnny.
What's that, brother?
The extent that these climate activists will go to try to draw attention to themselves.
Kind of like Democrats over at the Tennessee State Capitol.
You know what? It's kind of like that, actually.
Like Justin Jones.
So there's a video, and I've been, Johnny knows behind the scenes, I've been trying to do this all morning long. So let's go through some of the different ways the climate activists will try and get their point across that, you know, the earth is melting and the seas are rising and we're all going to freeze to death, right?
Yeah.
So they'll throw oil or paint or whatever it is on great works of art. You know, like they'll find a great painting in a museum and they'll hurl paint on it to try to destroy the painting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll solve the problem.
They will chain themselves to whatever it may be. I actually saw it, and then, of course, the police have to come and figure out a way to, you know, get them unchained. I actually saw a story where a climate activist cemented himself to the road. I think it was an airport runway. I think it was.
Okay.
I think I would have left him there.
See, that's my thing. So there's video out there, and I'm trying to remember it because it was a minute ago. But, I mean, the guy is screaming in pain because they're trying to get him uncemented from concrete. It's like, how did you think this was going to work out for you?
What a maroon.
And you're going to listen to somebody like this about the future of the planet.
That's a great point. It's like you really thought this was going to work out, cementing yourself to an airport runway. And you're right. I mean, the temptation is, and there's all kinds of inane examples out there of what these people do. But the more insane the examples are, the more you just shake your head and think, why do they do this? Because they're not helping their own cause. I mean, a while back, what was it when you had all these activists here in Nashville and they shut down 24? What was it again? Do you remember? It was, I think it may have been, it's been so long ago now, but I think it was about, you know, George Floyd and all that kind of stuff way back when.
That's exactly
And then
what it
John
was.
Drake, the current police chief, he came out and he brought them milk and cookies. Remember that whole thing? So now in Washington, D.C., you have all of these, and this keeps happening, where you have these climate activists and they're just shutting down roads. And so what they do is they pick some random road, and as people are driving into work, all of a sudden you got all these long-haired hippies that are sitting there in the road, you know, purple hair and the whole thing, and they're just sitting in the road as climate activists because they're wanting to draw attention, bring attention to the climate. Well, this happened in Washington, D.C., and this video went viral.
Hey, no! I want to walk. I want to go to walk. Don't break it with me, hey! Put on the 12 feet. I want to go to walk.
And people are just really mad. Really mad. Ticked off.
Get the out of here.
I've spent all morning long bleeping out all of the F-bombs, and I think I got them all, but
I hear is it a woman or a man saying, I want to go to work?
They're all saying
it's
it.
everybody. Yeah.
I got to go to effing work. Come on.
So and you got this woman saying, I got to feed my kids. My husband's unemployed.
Right.
She says, I have to go to work. The guy says, I have to go to work. And because there's like a 4-minute video.
Okay.
And so the longer the video goes, the more people are getting stuck on the road because, you know, these climate activists won't get out of the road. And so now they're getting surrounded by all of these angry motorists. And so dozens and dozens of people are beginning to surround them, and they won't get up.
Well, and why aren't these climate activists thinking about people that may be trying to get to the hospital and maybe there's an emergency?
Yeah.
They don't think about that.
No.
Well, they don't care.
No, they don't
See,
care.
that's part of the problem is they don't care about other people. And that's part of the narcissism of some of these folks is, they don't care how they inconvenience other people. They also don't care about how what they're doing is incredibly irrational.
So what happened? I'm sorry.
Because what they're doing is they're turning people against their cause.
So what happens to them? Do the working men and women take care of the situation?
No, you want them to.
Yeah,
you want these people to get
jail if they tried.
See, that's the problem.
Yeah, and the climate activists probably got milk and cookies.
So
with George Soros's picture on them.
So the people were, and Kamala Harris's, and so the people were in Hollywood, and so the people were holding these banners about climate activism stuff, and the people are so angry they're grabbing their stupid banners and crumpling them up and throwing them away, and it gets really really nasty. Best part is the police finally come.
You are getting one warning. You're not getting 3 warnings.
You're going to get one warning. I guess typically they give them 3 warnings. The guy comes up and he says, you are getting one warning.
Only warning. If you do not get up and move out of the roadway, you will be arrested.
If you don't get out of the way, you will be arrested immediately.
You're not getting 3 warnings. Because of the nature of the
They won't get up. They simply will not get up.
So you get one warning. That's it. One warning. Nature of this roadway is...
Now that's the people who are ticked off because they're going to be late for work. Now they start applauding because they start hauling them off in handcuffs.
One warning. Nature of this roadway is under arrest. Under arrest.
Under arrest.
Under arrest.
Under arrest.
Under arrest.
So there you go.
Boy, it'd be a shame if a canine officer ran amok.
Yes, it would.
You know what the thing is? One of these days, and I don't want this to happen, but one of these days, they're going to come across the wrong person.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're going to come across somebody trying to go to work with his 95-pound pit bull in the car with him.
Yeah.
Who happens to get away.
And you don't ever want people to get hurt.
No.
You don't ever want people to get killed.
No.
But when you're in Washington, D.C., when I was out there, I was talking to some of the folks who live there, and when you're in Washington, D.C., these kinds of things happen all the time. And so you do reach a boiling point where people start to get angry because they're tired of being inconvenienced. People have places to go and people have lives to live. And this kind of thing where they just decide that they're going to, sit down in the middle of the street. Again, I just don't understand who thinks this is a good idea and how this is a great way to convey the importance of their cause. Because you're just ticking people off.
Well, and how long are they going to fall for all this climate change malarkey? I mean, good Lord, look at Al Gore's movie.
Oh, yeah.
None of that came true.
None of it. Well, I mean, we've talked about the 50 or 60 years of headlines where, the ocean is rising and we're all going to die of all of these horrible things, and it just never happens.
Oh, oil is the oceans are boiling.
Well, then, here recently, you had ABC News talking about how it was the first ever tropical storm watch for Southern California. And then the next day it was the first tropical storm watch for Southern California in years.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, anything and everything that is some sort of a weather calamity is due to, quote unquote, man-made climate change, when in reality, this stuff has been going on for years.
Yeah, Google it. I mean, you can look up all kinds of weather records, all kinds of stories of. There was a year in Tennessee where Tennessee really didn't see a summer. It was cold the entire year.
Yeah.
I liked one headline yesterday from ABC talking about how, it was a story about the wildfires in Louisiana, and the reporter said that the land is getting baked in Louisiana.
The land is getting baked.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's summer.
Yeah, Bayou is boiling.
I was going to say, and you know what's fascinating too, by the way, because I know people in Phoenix, and I got to do this really quick. I know people in Phoenix, and as it's, getting really hot in Phoenix, and there was all that hysteria for a few days saying it was, the hottest day on record, which it wasn't. And so I talking to my friends in Phoenix, and some of these folks are in the middle or on the left, and they're saying it's hot like it is every summer in Phoenix.
Yeah.
In Arizona.
It's called the desert, folks.
It's not that hard. 8:17, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. 8:18, mostly cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, a high of 84, 74 right now at Super Talk 99.7. People bringing up some very good points on the Super Text line. One guy says, and gosh, they're coming in so fast and furious. So I'm not going to be able to give everybody the credit that they deserve. But one person says that what's happening now is they are going to lose their support, which is what I said. Another person says, so let me get this right. So you've got hundreds of cars that are sitting idly on the road running while these climate activists are protesting climate change. So the carbon footprint of their little protest is, destroying, if you go by, what they believe, is going to destroy our climate because of all the cars that are sitting there idling. I mean, how right? I mean, it brings up a great point. Other people chiming in on the folks that they know in Arizona. And yes, people in Arizona, they just call it summer. Larry says, talking about these people that were sitting in the middle of the roadway in Washington, D.C. And by the way, this isn't a Washington, D.C. thing. This is a across the country thing. Larry says that's what four-wheel drive is for. No, Larry.
I like it, Larry.
No, we don't ever advocate for violence.
No, he's talking about, I think he's talking about you can get off the road.
Oh, is that what he's talking about? I thought he was talking about just running these people over.
No. I think he's talking about getting off the road and you can bypass the road. Who needs roads?
5563 says that was Back to the Future. Thank you.
Yes, it was.
5563. How are we discussing this? Didn't we all perish 10 years ago? Great point. I thought we're all going to be like melted human goo at this point.
Well, yeah. And also, if you've ever gone, because I went to an Earth Day concert because I liked the artist that was playing. I think it was Rodney Crowell. And when I went to this, it was in Centennial Park here in Nashville. And after the show was over, I could not believe the amount of litter. These people wanting to save the earth, but yet they're throwing everything just on the ground.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, there's always a lot of hypocrisy. You have a lot of these folks. I remember way back when, good Lord, when it was, you had all these people on the left and the progressives, and they were, if I remember right, they were protesting big banks and big corporations and, corporate bailouts and all that. Remember all that?
Yeah, the 1%.
As they have their, they had their Apple products, they had their Starbucks. They don't understand what they don't know.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And I guess they just don't understand how hypocritical they actually look when they do these kinds of things. And you see this all the time. Anyway, 8:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So many of us deal with sports injuries like concussions, even Lou Gehrig's disease. Well, there's good news out there. Whether it is you or a loved one suffering, there is now a cutting-edge treatment available for you from my friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Now, Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Now, this is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. Now, Dr. Kellum has just been named as an official doctor for the Tennessee Titans. And he just got back from Hungary, where he was working with Team USA. Now, at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute, they can also store your cells indefinitely so that you can use them when you need them. Dr. Kellum and his staff can also help you with congestive heart failure and lung issues as well. From asthma to arthritis, they can help you today, and they now accept care credit. So call the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-850-4415. 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation. KELLUM, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute.com.
One of the big words being thrown around in the investing world right now is this one. You may have heard it. Fiduciary. The idea that the investment advisor has to keep your interest first when they give advice. Now, it's being used in a marketing sense right now, and one of the things that I found fascinating, there was a study by the University of Southern California and Indiana University. They looked at investment advisor portfolios and they found that they were making basic academic mistakes in the management of their own portfolios. And the question that they asked was, if they can't even keep their own best interest first, how are they going to keep your best interest first? That was the question. Now, one of the things that we do at Paul Winkler Inc. is every one of our offices, 10 offices, is run by a degreed planner, number one. But we go way beyond the call of duty when it comes to fiduciary and making sure that we're using academically sound principles in investing. Evidence-based. In other words, a lot of this is backed by Nobel Prize winning research. To learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Head-on crash involving a school bus. Medicare drug price negotiations set to begin. We'll tell you about the list of 10 drugs that will be included. And Hurricane Idalia. These stories and more at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 8:27 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So a couple of things real quick. Did mention this earlier, but there's a number of polls that are out there that, and it's almost like a daily thing now, where black voters more and more are turning away from Joe Biden. In 2020, Fox News voter analysis shows that in 2020, 91% of black voters supported Joe Biden. Right now, 2023, only 61%. As far as Donald Trump goes, in 2020, only 8% of black voters supported the former president. Now it's 20%. We talked about Nikki Haley earlier. A whole bunch of folks on the Super Text line said, well, the thing about Nikki Haley is she would be, because I don't think she has a chance in all get out, but Nikki Haley could be, some said, a good running mate for Donald Trump. She got awfully anti-Donald Trump. So I understand. I think right now, the running mates for Donald Trump, amongst the GOP primary candidates, Tim Scott, obviously. I would say Vivek Ramaswamy, although I know that a lot of you folks don't trust Vivek Ramaswamy. Trust me when I say I get it. And I think if DeSantis could put his angst and ire away from Donald Trump and they could get along, DeSantis would make a good VP running mate. Remember that when DeSantis was saying that he would not be a running mate for Donald Trump, it's when he was doing really well in the polling. There's a lot of people that were excited about him. Well, now that excitement has most certainly waned. And while people are saying, well, look at DeSantis and Ramaswamy, they're kind of sort of close to neck and neck. Well, that's true, sort of. Ramaswamy is going up and DeSantis seems to be going down no matter what he tries to do to get his traction back. It is 8:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. You always need to prepare for that always unpredictable Middle Tennessee weather and power outages. Now, that means generators, and my friends at Cove Generators can hook you up with the best generators around, the Generac home standby generators. And right now, at a fantastic price, plus a free 10-year warranty when you make that purchase by October 8th with my friends at Cove Generators. Now, you know these generators, they're sleek and quiet, and they run off of natural gas. So the second your power goes out, they immediately turn the power back on and keep your family safe. Cove Generators is your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today for that free 10-year warranty and be prepared for the next power outages. Call Cove Generators today. If you already have a generator, call Cove Generators to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. Visit covegenerators.com and never lose power again. Call them today at 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311, or covegenerators.com. Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details, 931-559-3311.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Injuries after a head-on crash between a school bus and a WeGo bus in Nashville. Channel 4 says 3 students and 3 adults taken to the hospital. It happened around 6:30 this morning on Elm Hill Pike between I-40 and Patio Drive. President Biden will deliver remarks today highlighting the first steps in the Medicare drug price negotiation program. Negotiations with participating drug companies will start in 2023 and 2024 this year. Any negotiated prices will go into effect beginning in 2026. Drug companies that refuse to be part of the new negotiation process will be heavily taxed. The Big Bend of Florida's Gulf Coast is in the crosshairs of Hurricane Idalia. Right now, a Cat 1 storm, but expected to go to Cat 3 when it makes landfall tomorrow. Here's Ginger Z.
Big time issues well beyond the cone. You've got Apalachicola down to Naples on alert, over to Charleston, and even Savannah by Thursday.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Don't expect a lot of movement in the early part of this trading day. Before the opening bell, futures for the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the Standard & Poor's 500 were off by less than 0.1%. Similar downturn was predicted for NASDAQ futures. On Monday, the Dow Jones rose 213 points and closed at 34,559. The S&P 500 gained back 0.6%. The NASDAQ composite advanced 0.8, a rare winning day for Wall Street's investors. Car buyers might be taking the off-ramp. S&P Global Mobility says August sales are expected to be strong, but it does predict rising prices and interest rates, and the threat of an auto workers' strike could crimp sales in the fall. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy is not pulling any punches. He's ordered employees who have been working remotely since the pandemic to get back into the office for at least 3 days a week. For those who refuse, quote, he says, it's probably not going to work out for you.
All right, 3 minutes into the trading day, and right now the Dow is down 6, S&P is up 1, NASDAQ down 10. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:33 on WTN. Let me tell you something. It's been a brutally hot August. You got some relief from the heat, but it's going to come back as we head into September. You can help your energy bills by calling my friends at Window Nation. They can help you keep those energy bills lower with brand new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. It is what I have in my basement studio, and I love them. Now, your house is going to stay cool and comfortable. All the while, you get tremendous savings because right now, Window Nation is offering you 50% off of any style window plus 0 money down, 0 payments, and 0% interest for 2 full years. If you've been thinking about new windows, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation. And remember that great deal, 50% off of any style window plus 0 money down, 0 payments, and 0% interest for 2 full years. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 8:38 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. Johnny, how are you? Going to wrap that up soon there, Chris? You're hacking?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have a half a pack of cigarettes already this morning,
Yeah,
Chris?
exactly.
Johnny's here. Ken's here. Chris is here.
It's just hacking in the background. I didn't put my mic on yet, though.
No, of course, what I do is awkwardly make it weird and draw attention to it because that's what I do. I'm just an awkward individual, right? You know what's interesting? So now, of course, this is what happens behind the scenes at Nashville's Morning News. So, Ken, can I do this? Our urinal conversation?
All right.
Well,
I guess we're doing it anyway.
Yes.
So I walk in, this 8625, right? The guy because I truly try to understand the logic. Because I don't want to be one of those kinds of guys that just dismisses the feelings of other people. So, Chris,
there's feelings and then there's insanity.
Yes.
So earlier, Chris, I was talking about what happened in Jacksonville with the 3 people that were killed at the hands of the white supremacists.
Yes.
And then I bring in a long 15, 18-minute segment where I'm talking about, I think I wove in 3 or 4 different topics in there. I also brought up the crime in Chicago and all the black folks that are killed in Chicago every single weekend. And so 8625 believes that I'm defending white supremacy somehow by bringing up what's going on in Chicago, even though I said ad nauseum that what happened in Chicago is horrible, and what happened in Jacksonville also incredibly horrible. I don't, and so I walk into Ken, and he's standing at the urinal, and I'm standing there, and we're both just having a very deep discussion about that. And Ken knows how I really try to understand these things, and I just can't. Not even when I do my deepest thinking at the urinal. I can't. So, that went on for a long time, didn't it?
I'm kind of curious because there's only one urinal in there. So did you go to the stall and have the conversation, or were you just awkwardly standing behind him?
You shared the same one? Said, boy, this conversation's as deep as the water.
I think the next time I'm going to have to hide when Dan comes in the restroom.
So, all right. So if we're going to get technical about it, Ken was at the urinal, then I go and I'm standing in the what do you call it?
The stall. Yeah.
talking to Ken. I think, you know what, Ken? I think you may have already left, and I'm still talking.
Well, I did hear your voice as the door was closing.
Thank you, Ken.
No, I was there for the whole conversation, Brother Dan Mandis.
Anyway. You know, I will say this. I
just picture Ken walking out and like Kenny Smooth from 92Q walking in, and Dan is still going on. And then all these black guys are getting shot in Chicago. And this guy calls me a racist. Can you believe that?
Anyway, this guy, I'm just trying to understand him.
Well, very well.
So one of the best. So I had, and just so folks know, and I'm not saying this as a defense mechanism, and I'm not saying some of my best friends are black. This is not that. Well, no, I'm not, because I know that there's going to be some people that are going to say that I had a really good conversation. I used to have, and I mentioned this before.
Was this in the bathroom too?
No.
Okay.
No. So I had a hater. Guy's name was D'Angelo. We all talked about this way back when.
Yes.
Had a hater named D'Angelo. He called me a few times on the air, and he and I hashed out, all the world's problems on the air. And I was working out one time, and and who comes up but D'Angelo? And so I'm like sweating profusely on the treadmill, and D'Angelo comes up and he says, "Hey, you're, blah, blah, blah." And I'm D'Angelo. And I said, "Oh, hey, D'Angelo." We got along great. So we ended up having coffee. It was a great conversation.
Yeah.
And I think that we parted as, I mean, personally, I consider him a friend. But my point is that sometimes you have to sit down and kind of hash it out. And D'Angelo and I had been communicating for years via social media. And so I finally was like, all right, fine, screw it. We're going to go, we're going to have coffee, and we're going to knock this out.
Yeah.
And we did. And you know what? I came away with a great appreciation for who D'Angelo is, and continues to be, And I think he came away with still thinking that I'm a knucklehead. But whatever.
You just agreed to disagree.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
People can't do that.
See, that's the thing. I believe that we can do that in this country.
Well, one of the
without
greatest
resorting to calling me a racist.
Well, one of the greatest interviews I ever heard and got to witness was late Phil Valentine with Richard Dreyfuss. Both were they had intelligent conversation. They both didn't agree, but I didn't agree with Richard, but I thought it was very, very that's the way it should be. Is debate, not
that is exactly the way they should
debate, not hate.
Oh, very good, Johnny. Did you make that up yourself?
That's way to go, brother Johnny B.
That was Jesse Jackson.
Sounded like an Al Sharpton.
Yeah, it did.
All right, so I have this audio that Chris has sent to me. Chris, what is this?
Radio segue. Al Sharpton was on Hardball. And he was on Hardball with Chris Matthews some years ago.
Boy, it'd have to be some years ago.
And a young man in the audience posed a question. And the young man in the audience was Vivek Ramaswamy.
Wow.
So
Vivek Ramaswamy is asking this question?
The Vivek Ramaswamy. So I don't want to spoil what the question is. I want to see you guys' reaction live.
All right, Johnny,
to
here
what
we
the
go.
question is.
All right.
Audio Vivek Ramaswamy asking a question on hardball.
Question, go ahead. Reverend Sharpton, hello. I'm Vivek, and I want to ask you, last week on the show we had Senator Kerry, and this week and the week before we had Senator Edwards. And my question for you is, of all the Democratic candidates out there, why should I vote for the one with the least political experience?
Well, you shouldn't, because I have the most political experience.
I'm just convinced we live in a simulation.
Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
So not only is he admitting that he's going to vote for a Democrat,
yeah,
but he's also asking, why should I vote for the one with the least amount of political experience? And he is, of course, the guy that does not have any political. What year was that?
That was probably early 2000s. I don't know. He said Senator Kerry and Senator Edwards, so it's probably coming up to 2004.
Interesting.
I'm telling you, brother, Johnny B was the first one who coined the phrase "the fake."
That's right.
The fake.
The fake. Yes, the fake.
Yeah, I'm out.
The fake.
I'm out on Vivek.
You out on Vivek?
I am, and I really wanted to like him.
There's some red flags coming up.
I started going down rabbit holes, and
I know you did.
Once you start going down rabbit holes, it's hard to get out.
Yeah, it is.
It's hard. I saw a tweet from him where this is from just like not too long ago. I think it was a couple years back. I don't even know the exact time. I got to pull it up. But basically, he's talking about the "Don't Say Gay" bill in Florida, which was not the "Don't Say Gay" bill.
Right.
And he said, we should get back to more rhymes. We should just call it the "Wait Until 8" bill. That's more realistic. Don't teach kids about sex ed until they're 8.
Which is like,
that's a little early.
Seems a little young.
Yeah, that's a little young.
It's a little weird.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Riker's
Very weird.
9, and we haven't gone down that road yet.
Yeah, my daughter's 9. I'm just like dreading that road.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even remember. Like, my kids are all grown now, but I remember talking to my son about that. He was like 12. Is that too old?
I don't know.
Too old. I mean, I don't know. What, Johnny, Ken, how old do you guys? How old were your kids when you spoke to your kids about
Well, I can tell you is that really bothered me. My kids knew too much by the time I was talking to them about.
Oh wow! All right.
And my dad had the same problem with me. He was like, "Well, why am I even talking to you?"
That conversation is it's a difficult conversation.
Yes, it is.
I'm thinking with my daughter, it was right about 11 or 12 years old.
Okay.
My son, you know what I think? I think I'm in that group where my son just knew.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I think if I think that this is why God didn't give me daughters. I would just tell them, whoever you date, he will not be alive.
Wow.
My wife and I have had the conversation about when we should talk to our daughter, and I've held fast to my belief that you'll know when you should talk to her.
Something will come up in conversation.
You got a good feeling for that girl stuff.
That's right.
I'll let you handle that one.
Yeah.
Well, and for me, just to be clear, I will not be partaking in that conversation with Riker. That's a mom and dad thing, and I'm just going to be there to, if I'm in the room, I'll just nod my head. That's all I'll do. Nod my head. Say, yeah, listen to them.
There you go.
I'm with you, fellas.
Yeah. Whatever mom and dad said.
That's exactly right, man. This is one. I'm out. Yeah.
Did you hear? Things happen, and like for us, there were just some things going on that helped facilitate the conversation. And they weren't bad things. It's just, a question was asked, which then opened the door.
What was the question?
Well, I'm not going to go into that, Brother Dan Mandis, but a question was asked.
Boy, it got a little uncomfortable there.
It was an uncomfortable conversation, man. I don't want to have that conversation. I just want kids to know it already.
Well, it was really cool. At one time in one of my marriages, she did have 3 daughters, and a lot of their boyfriends I just did not like, and I let it be known. And one of the oldest daughter actually asked my opinion on a guy she was seeing, and I really liked this guy. He was cool. And I told her so. I said, he's a winner. This guy, you found a great guy. And from what I understand, I don't know what's happening today, but they did end up getting married, and I think they're still together.
Well, there you go. He got the Johnny seal of approval.
He did. He was a great guy. I thought the world of
the
him.
Johnny bump.
That's
Johnny
right.
said he was A-OK.
Yeah, he was.
Wendy says, can you imagine Mandis having the bees and the bees conversation with a kid? She says the bees and the bees.
The bees
and the birds and the bees.
It's so complicated now. I mean, you got the birds and the bees, you got the birds and the birds, the bees and the bees that used to be birds, the birds that used to be bees. It's way more confusing than
the
it
bees
used to be.
that think they are birds
Yeah.
and identify as birds, and yes.
Yeah, but if they had their stinger chopped off, that's what everybody wants to know.
That's a biggie.
Yeah.
That stinger
Man.
chopped.
Where'd they
I
have
thought
it
that
done?
was funny.
Where'd they have it done? Vanderbilt?
Whoa!
Oh! Chris, what's coming up after the news at 9?
We're gonna
We're on the
dig in.
bees and the bees and their stingers.
We're gonna cover stinger removal. No, did you see the new billboard up by Nissan Stadium?
No.
Turning Point USA put up a billboard that said "Stop State-Sponsored Grooming," and it's about all the trans stuff in public schools.
Okay.
And it's right by the highway when you're coming into the town from around Nissan Stadium. You can't miss it. We're gonna have Morgan McMichael on to talk about that, why they put the billboard up, why they think it's important. We're also going to dig in on the Karine Jean-Pierre press conference. And you know what, guys? I got to tell you something. 2004, Jerry Nadler was pretty based. So we'll get into that
2004?
as well. 2004,
Jerry
Jerry
Nadler was pretty based?
Was pretty based. So
Okay.
all that and more on the Chris Hand Show.
Was he still High Pants Jerry back in 2004? Had he reached that point yet?
Yes.
Okay.
It was still a high base.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. You know, High Pants Jerry, because he's got the...
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's so awkward when you tuck the belly in.
Yeah, it is. It's very...
Yeah, when you're wearing your pants up to your breast.
8:51. Moving on. 8:51, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, when you're looking for a personal injury attorney, yes, it can be stressful at an already stressful time, which is why I do endorse John Griffith and all the professionals at Griffith Law. Now, one of the big reasons for me, John was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year here in the state of Tennessee a few years back, and that's, again, one of many reasons why I do endorse John Griffith. He's not afraid to go to trial if it means a better outcome for you. He literally wrote the book on how to handle these types of cases and help clients get what they deserve. Now, his team of experts at Griffith Law, they are looking out for you. You're not just another case or quick settlement. No, John is going to get to know you, your case, and then work hard to protect you and your family. Find him online. It's griffithinjurylaw.com. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That book that he wrote, by the way, The 10 Worst Mistakes You Can Make with Your Tennessee Injury Case. He offers it for free on his website. Again, that website, griffithinjurylaw.com, 615-807-7900.
Head-on school bus crash. Police just gave an update, and we'll tell you about it at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 8:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand is coming up next. Friends, if you're thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With the guaranteed offer from my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home hassle-free this summer with Mark Spain Real Estate. Don't worry about restaining your deck or fixing the roof or keeping your home clean for showings and open houses during the summer. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. With Mark Spain Real Estate, the guaranteed offer means that you're going to get your home sold quickly and for the most money. It is hassle-free selling. They've got nearly 10,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted real estate team in America. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. The phone number is 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.